Hey Nubs, how you doing? What do you mean why am I up so early? I'm up at this time every day. Unless I sleep in. I slept in yesterday till 5:30. Today I got up at like 4. How you doing today, man? We had an awesome stream yesterday. Well, crazy, that's a given, damn it. You should know that by now. That's my middle name, Larry Crazy James. And it's good to hear that you're good. We're all good in the hood. What do you think? Oh. Oh. Gonna get some more coffee. I don't know if I like the camera that close or not. Oh. All right. That's cool. That's funny. Morning, Mary. Good to see you. All right.
Good morning.
Hey, you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Peachy King.
Nice. I'm just checking my mic because I noticed some comments yesterday saying maybe the mic volume
You sound really good to me.
lowered. Okay, cool. Awesome. I lowered it yesterday, but I lowered it just a little more because I am a loudspeaker.
No way. Tell me it's not true. I think you're trying to shit your
It
favorite turd.
is.
What do you think?
No, I
Are
did
you
that
one of
already this
them?
morning.
Are you one of those turd shitters?
I might be, yeah. But
Yeah, man.
we have a couple trolls that seem to be plaguing us that are so shallow that they're making names up for me because I don't have dentures in my mouth.
I didn't see or hear anything about that.
If you go watch our restream on Moose's channel from yesterday, you'll see it loud and clear.
On his stream?
Yep.
Uh, I'm sorry.
And I refuse to bear shame trying to be placed by another person. Neither one of those people know anything about my story, my life, and I don't want them to. It's none of their fucking business.
Yeah. What's just like I I found myself judging people without damn train.
I always like to
Judging
interrupt you,
people.
don't it?
Yeah. I found myself judging people when I shouldn't have judged people before. I'd always see somebody with no teeth and stuff around here, and I think, oh, well, they're a crackhead or whatever. And then when I started losing all my teeth, people started calling me a crackhead, and I didn't like the way it felt. And I kind of, looked it back at myself and my actions and thought, well, this is kind of what I get for, judging others unjustly. And
Hmm.
I was with this one lady for a while, and their son wouldn't believe that I wasn't a, crackhead or whatever. And I'm like, dude, you go get a fucking drug test right now. I'll take the drug test right in front of you. As
Hmm.
long as you pay for it, I'll do it to show you I ain't on nothing but fucking marijuana. And of course,
Right.
they would never do it.
No, but they're always swinging. I had a neighbor do the same thing. I moved here. He even said right to my face, "Are you sure you haven't done meth?" And I'm like, seriously, asshole, why can't someone show signs of having survived illnesses without others trying to use that very sign to tear them down?
Yeah. What did who say, Nubs?
My daughter, that irritates my daughter. My daughter's like, you want me to knock a few out for you so you can understand my predicament?
Yeah.
But it's just shallow. And I just know, Larry, that we still have some trolls. They're shallower than the scummiest part of the gene pool, and disengaging from them. Like the whole point and why they were over at Moose's is because they kind of had to play the chat there because we were ignoring them over here all day.
Okay, I got to tell you what happened with my uh, computer case. This is really funny.
Oh
Okay,
gosh,
it started from Hillsboro, okay, and
yep.
then they shipped it to Kent, Washington, and then it went from Kent, Washington, back to Hillsboro. It
What?
stayed in it stayed in Hillsboro for like 6 hours, and then it was transferred to Eugene, and then it was transferred to Eugene again. So hopefully it says it's going to be delivered today. That's really cost efficient, don't you think?
I mean, that's just amazing. You know, I was in Michigan when they shut down one of the post offices, and they were telling the locals, like, well, now your mail all has to go down to Lapeer. And we're thinking, why would local mail from our town go an hour south to be sorted, to just come back to have to be delivered by the mail, by the post office? Like, it doesn't make sense. Why would you shut down a sorting facility to cause regular, even junk mail to go an hour away just to come back again?
Yeah, I guess Nubs didn't hear what you said about what that person was saying or doing over there, the other channel.
Moose was restreaming, and the people we were ignoring here went over onto Moose's restreaming and used the word dentures as my name. And, you know, I'll say it a third time. I was very ill in my life. I had cancer. I'm a survivor, motherfucker. If I've lost teeth in it, big goddamn deal. I'm alive and I'm happy to be alive. And I'm not going to apologize for being alive and not looking like um, Kim Kardashian or some dumb broad that has her face in front of the fucking camera.
Now that's the back that broke the Stamel's back right there, Mary. You're not Kim Kardashian. Oh, I don't want to know you.
I know I should go crawl into those tunnels under Las Vegas and let the casinos release the floodgates to kill people. Like, I should be in that area, right? I like how people deem with their eyes what I deserve in my spirit. They could deem with their eyes what you deserve.
Yeah, no doubt.
My eyes and my fists, what they deserve. No, I won't come out my body like that anymore. I won't be violent towards another because they're coming out of their own mouth. Like, that is their karma to bear. Right, Larry?
Yes, ma'am.
We had a wonderful conversation yesterday.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of sharing. It was really awesome.
Yep. And we all know a little bit more that we're not alone, you know, and that we all do have our struggles and challenges through life.
Kim.
Nub says, if you were Kim, I would probably make more fun of you. Just for your information, there's more fake on her than a plastic container. Absolutely. And I'd rather be real missing teeth than a fake person with a pearly smile. Our original first teeth are considered deciduous teeth, like the leaves of a tree that just fall out. So for people to put some type of classification on, I mean, my teeth aren't rotted. All the teeth I have are good, so my oral health is good. Their argument holds nothing. They can't even hold air. Take your dentures and shove them where the sun don't shine. It's the nicest I could be about it. And public service announcement: don't get too close to that ass because that's where the sun don't shine, and now it's got teeth.
Nubs wants to know who that was talking shit.
Um, I'll give you three guesses. It starts with Aluma and ends with Tommy.
That's that's kind of funny.
It's just, it makes me shake my head because I don't get. It irritates me. You hear irritation, but it doesn't absorb deep into me. What happens is I do think deeply about where that poor spot is to feel the need to have to constantly attack anyone for any reason. I don't even care. We don't have to agree. I have enemies that I don't wish on. You know what I'm saying?
How can you do math and make fun of not people not having teeth? That's just stupid. That's very funny.
Holy shit, you're absolutely right. Isn't Tommy the one that admitted to doing math?
Yep. He calls it Breaking Bad.
He could call it breaking anything if where he's at in life includes doing a man-made drug like meth. Damn, dude. I'll include you in my prayer. Do you want like Illuma Tommy, Mr. Illuma? I'm not quite sure really how to utilize the proper name
No,
to get that prayer.
it's the notorious NETH.
Yes,
That's my nickname.
instead of BIG, huh?
Yeah, because you
My daughter woke up on fire, Larry.
because I went to bed early. That's why.
Yeah, I went to bed at like I think it was 7:30 last night. I was really tired. You
Me
guys
too.
kept me up all day. Didn't let me get my old man nap in. How dare
Oh
you?
shit! So sorry. We should have taken one of those "we'll be right back" moments.
I thought we did, but that's on you, Larry. You gotta
Mr.
take your
Dim.
nap.
I like Nubs' suggestion, Mr. Dim.
Yeah, that's vaguely less offensive. We'll go with that one. Everything else seems to be a little mean, and I'm saving those for later.
You know, I'm learning some stuff about science. I've learned, especially over in Eurasia, that they think Einstein's an idiot. Did you know that, Larry?
Is that right?
So I watched something about Einstein before that, and he couldn't even pass math like as a young child. So then
Yeah.
I started dipping in to see like who this person is, and I don't know where he got his equations from. None of us really know. We just know that the name stamp on the equation is from Einstein.
I got a question for you. You might not know what the answer is, but okay, like yesterday's stream, I had 187 views, but I had 546 impressions. What's an impression?
Is that the light up, thumbs up, thumbs down?
No, I only got like
Telling you
4
about your
likes.
likes and dislikes.
Impressions. Are you looking in the studio?
In my YouTube studio under analytics.
I wonder if it's people who go back to the stream. Because if you take in account of a definition of making an impression on somebody, it means that they would go back to it.
So
Yeah, I'm not
repetitive,
sure.
repetitive appearances. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm just making a guess, an educated guess, but that's what I would say that would be.
Yeah, I
Because
just
there's
thought it was
no
kind of
other
weird that
button.
it's like 3 times the amount of people that actually viewed it.
Yes, Larry, I think that your drive to do this comes from a pure place. And I do believe there is a need for a safe place for people to talk because we all see what happens out there. You even put your face out there in some channels and it's like piranha. You know, they come after you like live meat and stuff. So I, I'm not saying I know where the numbers come from, but I can see where there is a avenue of desire to watch shows like that, to watch your show, Larry.
Well, there was so much sharing yesterday, and it was so awesome. Just everybody, sharing their life experiences and stuff. And I'll tell you, there was a few times when Danny was talking, I was just bawling like a big baby.
Yes, yes. Because to hear one of the hardest things for me as a survivor to hear are the other stories because it boggles the mind how people can do what they do to children, to teenagers, even to adults. You know, it,
These are the harsh realities of the society we live in, we should be talking about. Not the shit we already know about them lying to us. We know that. We need to focus on healing the hurt from the past before in order to make any sort of scrap of the future be brighter than today. We don't always need places where people scream at each other and stupid shit like that. When we need is somewhere where people can cry and talk about what happened to them and heal from it and find camaraderie in each other, not negativity.
All right,
mhm.
Mary, that's it. You need to give that girl some dumbed down pills.
The red one or the blue one? Let's mix them together and make purple.
I want the green one.
How about a purple one?
Plus, a few people did share your stream, Larry.
I
Quite a
only
few
saw
people.
Moose.
I want to say someone else did too, but I don't remember who might have mentioned it.
I don't know. I don't have any people that would want to watch that. So,
I
Well, that's definitely
think it
my.
needs to happen. You know, go ahead, Larry.
I was just gonna say that's definitely my number one video for views. It's twice as many as any other one I've put out so far. I usually
Good.
average between 40 and 50 people a video. The most it went up to before that was like 80 something. And like I said yesterday, I think it was like almost 180, 176. So
Yeah.
43 hours, 43 hours of watch time.
Wow. That's really good. And I think my daughter just said it too. I think it is the positive affirmation that maybe you weren't sure that you needed to show you're going in the right direction.
Oh, I don't know. I just think it was yesterday was it had to have been in the universe. For some reason we were all just in that atmosphere, of lack of better words, to want to share what's in our hearts and in our souls. I mean, the weird thing about it, like it wasn't just one of us; it was pretty much all of us shared something
Yes.
yesterday, and it was awesome.
Yes. And you know, I think positivity attracted each other. And I feel like we all felt the need to be not just our average everyday attempt at being positive, but to join the positivity to push out the negativity because
And
it
the
wasn't
caring
long, huh?
and the caring and loving for each other.
Yes, yes, that shit really does work because it wasn't
Imagine
long.
that.
Look at how hard Tommy tried. If you look at yesterday's fucking chat, oh God, I laughed so hard at him because his attempt to just rule the whole thing was large and in charge. And I kind of feel sad for him because it didn't freaking work.
Well, in a room full of healing people, you can only come in and fuck up their healing so many times before they get sick of it and say, fuck you, we're healing, get out.
We didn't even
Yeah.
need to do that. That's the point, though. When you don't engage, you don't even need to change who you are. You just have to be patient and wait for that engagement or disengagement to work. It always works for someone who does things for just attention. So
Okay.
it whittles out all those attention seekers. So then the trolls who are left, then you have to deal with it a different way because they're not doing it for attention. They're doing it for other reasons. Those are the saboteurs. Those are the mean ones. So I like disengaging first. It lets me know who I really need to fight with.
Put up your dukes.
I would, but one's cleaning an ashtray and the other one's holding coffee.
I can put my coffee down real motherfucking fast.
And coffee, CAW. Because I'm from New York and we say coffee like that.
You also say like that, like that.
You stop it. She
No.
likes to pick on my accent, Larry.
Well, it's a tough job to do, but we all got to do it once in a while.
Yep. Actually, people would ask me where I'm from because they couldn't like nail down my accent. And here's my daughter over here, like, I hear that New York in you, mom.
My favorite one is off. Off.
Yeah, if we had to spell off the way New Yorkers said it,
AWF.
AWF off.
I love accents. Any conversation is fun.
Yeah, New Yorkers and Bostonians talk kind of the same.
Oh my God. In New York, we used to make fun of people from Boston because they always had to pack the car. And I'm like, what are you packing for? Not pack the car, pack the car. What do you do? What? I don't. You're talking about a car, right?
You really gotta just, it's too skilled. You gotta lower certain aspects when you change the accent. New York is cynical and mean, but they gotta be.
What the hell? Did you hear that, Larry?
Ma, you agree. Shut up.
I hear nothing.
Boston are the same thing, but they turn the personality up to like 20, so you can't understand them.
In Long Island, I knew a girl who grew up on Long Island, and this is how she said the word bottle. I need a bottle. You need a what? A bottle.
That's
I'm like, are you from England?
yeah, that's
That's it. Who did you grow up? Where did you grow up? Long Island. And he taught you how to say the word bottle? It was the nanny.
was she from Cockney, England too?
Yeah. They only use bottles there. Linda!
You say bunghole?
Oh, stuff.
What's that, Linda?
I said, did you say bunghole?
And that's Benholio.
Bunghole!
Benholio.
It's too early to choke, guys.
No, it's not too early. Wait and bake, baby. You fucking newbie.
Damn it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so Linda, I went over to Moose's yesterday just to see the response and the conversation, like to what we were saying.
Yeah.
And there was troll control over there, and I guess I have a new name. I'm not cupcakes anymore.
What are you now?
Dentures.
Who?
Dentures.
Yeah, but you say it as if it hurts. You don't allow it to hurt.
Oh, I
Stop
don't
that.
think it hurts. I'm laughing. I think it's
Okay, well, I need
hysterical.
some more laughter. I'm not hearing the laughter.
Okay,
Okay,
here.
I got you. I got you. Tommy, you keep calling my mother dentures. Do you know that we have some? Do you need any? Is that the problem? I got you, man. I can get you dentures anytime.
I can send
Call
it
me.
to you for free because
Call
they
me.
don't fit me.
Listen, I understand not having teeth. It's a little scary. At least my mom takes care of hers. Just call me if you need dentures.
I know
Tommy.
being a
I got
meth
you.
head is hard,
I got
man.
you.
It's hard, dude.
Got you.
No, it doesn't. It irritates me the shallowness of people. So don't get me misunderstood. It doesn't irritate me what he said, but the
Yeah.
shallowness of how people can be when they put themselves in places with people they don't like. They listen to things that they don't want to hear, and then they're going to try and blame the person speaking. The door swings both ways. You never have to stay in a place that makes you uncomfortable.
I didn't like that angle. We tried something new this morning. We're going back to what works.
Shooting? Good.
I don't know. I looked like I was praying to y'all the way that angle was.
Doing
I
what
didn't
works.
like that. I didn't
Doing
like
what
that.
doing what works, Linda. That makes way too much sense. How dare you?
Oh yeah, I forgot. We're not supposed to do that.
I don't know, guys. I'm really questioning the narrative that we've been fed with this. I live here and I have stuff there, and this is my plan, and yada yada yada. I just want to say I live in this state. I don't give a sip. Oh, I need a sip. You're right. Let me take a sip because I don't give a sip. You're so right.
No sips to give.
I live in this area. I have to use a hammer drill to put my garden in. So
Yeah, we
someone,
know you're the rock lady, but in the
well,
I just
someone else
screwed
is
that up.
trying to glamorize what he thinks he has. And
Right. So
there's
that's why I
no
said I should take.
glamour.
I retract that.
There's no glamour in surviving out here in a state like Colorado. We're not at sea level. There isn't beautiful, lush green grass everywhere. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure both of you know the extremity that these type of environments can be. Oregon, you're next to the freaking ocean. Linda, you are in a desert. And the extremities between the three of us, wowza. Like I told you, Linda, it got 120 degrees. We were in my truck with the truck running and the air conditioner on, and at one shady spot I could find when the sun didn't move.
And I don't wear shoes.
Um,
Same here.
if
I
someone's
don't wear.
doing meth trying to tell me that story, I'm gonna automatically disbelieve it.
What's up, Larry?
I see my environment. Sorry, Linda.
I'm sorry. You know I like to keep my eye on Larry, and I saw that head rub, and I wanted to know what that was about.
Larry, you
Lord,
trying not to say something? You're even muted. Don't
Yep.
even try and talk with you muted.
Yep. Body language, Larry.
Honestly, I'm clueless, but I am most of the time anyway. So, what the hell, over?
That's okay. We
okay.
still like to hear you.
Damn you!
Damn
Yeah,
me.
sorry.
Yeah,
You have to
You
participate in the
cannot be a
conversation.
wallflower. I mean,
No
I know your middle
wallflowers
name
here.
is Daffodil, but
Daffodil,
Hey
so that's
now, you just better stop that
Daffodil's a
stuff
party.
because I just want to be who I am.
there you go. You do it so well.
Oh,
All right. Well,
Bubbles.
my wallflowers didn't act like that. They just stood over there, scared as shit. You'd ask them to dance. They act like they were about to cry. Yeah.
Yeah, I got to answer Nubs. Nubs, I did try raised beds, but the wind here is so significant that I've tried even with like a 3 times a day watering, and it just didn't work. The plants would grow, and I would get small fruit. Like the tomatoes should have been. Where am I at? Where's the camera? There it is. Tomatoes should have been this big, or should have been this big. It only come out this big. So when I got a hammer drill and I drilled and put an in-ground garden in, now I'm getting full-size tomatoes, cucumbers. So it has something to do with the air and how the sun heats up the ground around me.
In our raised beds, we accidentally grew poison. So
No,
you want
we
boysenberry?
grew a beautiful flower called foxglove.
And that shit is deadly.
Don't put foxglove next to anything you plan on eating.
We put it next to blackberries and
Yeah, I was an
raspberries.
idiot and put it next to my blackberries, and I couldn't eat any of my blackberries last year
Shy's
because it
in
was.
the house. Good morning, Shy.
Hi, Sly, Shy. I couldn't eat any of my berries because I planted it next to a damn foxglove.
That's how we learn, honey. By mistakes. If
So
you didn't
So
make
this,
the mistake, you wouldn't have known.
how does
right.
that one plant make the other plant no good though? How does it do that?
Pollen.
The pollen comes off
Pollen?
of the foxglove, and it probably is what pollinated my berry.
Every
Noob
single
say
part of the
root
plant
size.
is poisonous. Down to the roots.
Every part of the plant of foxglove is poisonous.
Wow.
Dogs can't eat it. Humans can't eat it. No
Yes,
animal can eat it.
I didn't realize how dangerous it was. I mean, when you live in society, they show you all these ornamental plants and ooh ha ha, they're beautiful. And I'm like, oh, I've always loved foxglove, and I bought it. And something made me go, hmm. So I started looking into it, and then I'm like, oh shit. I definitely fell for that. Oh, I look pretty scenario. Hi, Sly. Welcome to the panel.
Good morning. I'm not staying. I just want to congratulate Larry and all of you for giving Larry his 12-hour stream yesterday. I didn't get a chance to watch the entire broadcast, but I want to thank y'all for just making that happen for him. And y'all are great. That's all. That's all I want to say is y'all are great. I appreciate everything that Larry does and try to do to bring us together. I appreciate you ladies for sharing your experience, strength, and hope. You know what I mean? Larry, I told you, people are watching you around the world. You know what I mean? And you doing what you got to do, man, and I appreciate that. You know what I mean? Sometimes it could be a little slow. Sometimes you get discouraged because ain't nobody there with you. But man, keep doing what you're doing because people gonna show up. You had a 12-hour stream yesterday, man. That was great, and I'm proud of you.
Thank you,
And you
Sly.
better
And
not
and
cry.
I was
You
sad to
better
see
not.
you go yesterday because of it.
Wait a minute, baby. And you better not cry, Larry, either. But I love you guys.
That was worth waiting for.
Go ahead, Mary.
Thank you, Sly. I really appreciate it. I wish you hadn't had so echo problems, but you weren't the only one yesterday. So, like Linda had big. I mean, how many times do you have to go
It
in and out,
wasn't
Linda?
me.
50 or
It
60
was Linda.
times.
It wasn't even me. It was Linda.
Yep, that's right.
That was Linda. It wasn't even me. But no,
Yep.
Hey, you were right. That's all that matters.
right.
That's all that
Listen,
matters. You were right.
I wanted to make sure. I mean, I wanted everybody to enjoy what they were doing. I was okay listening, and it was great. I couldn't stick around, but still, it was just fair. It was just great seeing that Larry had a very great broadcast without any drama, any unnecessary
Yeah, it was
bull.
nice. It was really nice.
So that's what I commend. I commend all of you on just giving Larry that time, man. I really, that was good. You know what I mean? When I saw what 11 hours and 53 minutes, 53 minutes. I said, damn. And then he had a smile on his face this morning. He missed me. Y'all missed me. That felt good as well. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
you were asked.
But listen, I want
You
y'all to know
know, we did
it's not
miss
always
you.
about me. It's not always about me having to
No, but the
be,
Rainbow Tribe needs all the colors to arrive, right? Purple, yellow, green, right?
well, y'all did. Look, y'all had Moose come in and give y'all a little sightsee. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Y'all held it down yesterday, and that's all that matters to me. You know what I mean? When y'all can, I don't need to be there every day. I don't need to be in y'all space every day. You know what I
No,
mean?
Yeah,
but
we
we
just
would
wanted to show
welcome
we could have
you.
a good day without all that screaming and hatred.
I know, and
Yes.
that's what I'm listen, that's what I'm feeling in my spirit right now, that y'all really enjoyed your day without the drama. Right? It's like,
Yes.
they hate on Larry because they call it, Larry's having a pussy powwow,
We
right?
we had a good time with Lou Bass. Lou Bass
No,
sat with us for a while.
I seen
Yeah.
that. Yo,
Did you see that
listen,
part? That was great.
I was so proud of Lou yesterday, and then he even told Larry, "See, Larry, I paid attention. I know that I might come in a little bit sometime, but he's picking up on the vibe when he's over here. He doesn't have to be, get that attention. You know what I mean? He could come over here and have a real,
So it
good
all
con.
comes down to we know how to act like adults,
Yes.
and all we have to do is apply it. And we proved that yesterday.
Yeah, and well,
Absolutely.
y'all do know how to conduct yourselves. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's the men that get
No,
more
I'm not. I'm not. No, no, no. I'm not allowing that. I'm not allowing that here. It could be either.
Both men and
Men
women
and
can
Okay.
be
women are
assholes. I think
toxic.
we all know that.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
no
yeah.
one-way street here. It's a two-way, right? Right, Larry?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but
I,
no, what I'm saying is sometimes the guys come over and they don't pick up the vibe. That's what I'm
You
talking
That's
just
about.
got to
true.
give them time to pick that vibe up, which we
That's
were
true.
doing yesterday.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
we
yeah.
made it such a slide. We made it such a positive long moment that the ones who usually troll us went over to the restream on mooses, so we didn't even have to deal with it.
I know. Well, I knew that was going to happen anyway when Lumen Foil and was going in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But hey Larry,
uh,
don't let people trick you into modding them. All right, man.
Yeah,
Don't
the
let
last
people
time I checked, the streets were free on YouTube, and you can go anywhere you want. So if he wants
no
to come in, he wants to behave, and, act like an adult,
no.
I'll be happy
I'm
to
talking
conversate with him.
Absolutely.
about the wrench. I'm talking about the wrench thing, y'all. I'm talking about the wrench thing. Don't let people to tell you that they had wrenches and didn't have wrenches, right? So
I'm sure
Chuck,
he
Yeah,
can figure it out. Yeah,
the wrench thing is
Chuck,
up to
good
the
one.
host. So when
Chuck,
people ask
that's
for
right.
wrenches,
no, wait, guys, let me finish.
You had a wrench, so what are you talking about?
Wait, if you now wait, y'all just said y'all had a peaceful thing.
okay,
Now,
let's
as
give
soon as I
Sly a
come
minute.
off,
No, we're
y'all want to
just
let me
curious
talk.
why you're bringing up the wrench, because that always seems to be a
Yeah,
problem in these rooms.
No, I'm not.
After
I'm not
Sly,
trying to
my
make it a
turn to
problem.
talk.
I'm talking something. I'm just saying something. Can I finish, please?
go ahead.
Thank you. All right. So getting back to good one, Chuck. Right, making sure you had a damn wrench. So that's a good one, right? But Larry, I'm just saying, be careful of people lying to you and saying they had wrenches and they didn't have wrenches. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, I know.
Okay. So that's all I was saying, ladies. I know I got a
But did
wrench.
you have an example? That's all I'm getting at. Do we have an example? What? Why are you saying that? I don't understand that.
Larry
Chuck,
does.
Chuck called his wrench out because he did lose his wrench.
He didn't have, babe. Larry
Chuck has
Chuck.
always had a wrench.
Yeah,
Yes, he did, and he
yeah,
lost his
Chuck has
wrench
had a
yesterday, and
wrench.
we had to give it back to him. So I'm not
I
sure
never
what this
seen.
applies to.
I never seen Chuck had a wrench. I'm sorry. I
Wrench.
just never
Chuck
seen
has
Chuck.
always had a wrench. Always.
Okay. All right. My bad. My bad. If he
But we
always
do
had a
know.
but I didn't see
No, it's
Chuck
all
had
right, Sly, because we do know that some shit has been happening on YouTube.
okay.
First it was like trolls, then it was like trolls that took other people's names, right?
Hmm.
Then
Hmm.
problems with the wrenches, problems with the blocking. So
So
something is definitely going
Yeah,
on.
it's like
And
We had
yeah,
somehow
two
Linda,
news yesterday.
go ahead.
so
somehow
Linda,
Linda got blocked too,
What?
and it's
Yep.
like a lot of
Linda,
shit happened that I didn't
I'm not
do.
yeah, I'm not trying to start trouble, Linda.
Neither
I'm
am
just
I.
saying
I just wanted to
no,
know
no,
why
no.
you were saying that, because usually there's a reason for it, and I wanted an example. You used Chuck as an example, so we cleared that up that he already previously had one. I'm
Okay,
not
yeah,
causing
yeah, but
nothing.
I'm just saying that it wasn't like, I'm bringing it up to try to cause any problems or anything. It's just that
I didn't
I
take it that way. I wanted an example. That's all.
oh, okay. All right. Well,
I
it's
wanted
too
to know what you
early.
were talking. Yeah, you were obviously talking about something
Yeah,
directly, and you were trying to talk indirectly about it. So I was
right,
asking you,
right.
what are you
Only
pointing
because
out? Point it out. Show it to us, and you did.
only be- only because I had discussed it with Larry. That's
Right.
kind of why already. I had discussed it with Larry, so I know he understood me, and I apologize for not making it clear that what I was talking about. But
It's
yeah,
okay.
Bruce
You're
gas,
good here.
Bruce.
There's no ruffled
No
feather.
apology necessary.
Not at
Hey,
all.
hey, you
yeah. I just
guys, we got Bruce gas, boxing, jazz, and more in the house again. Say good
Hi,
morning.
Oh,
Bruce.
morning,
Welcome.
everybody.
Like
Hey,
it.
Nub said he got a drill, not a wrench. How did he get a drill?
Wait a second.
Well, long as Chuck is happy, and my apologies, Chuck, if you had a wrench, I didn't never noticed it. And like they said, it's different stuff that has been happening on YouTube. I've seen it. Trust me.
Look what Nup says.
No, I'm just like the next person that comes into chat without a wrench, I'm blocking.
I got a wrench, right?
Well, damn.
I believe so.
And see that, and that's
Now you
and,
got hot boxing questioning things, Sly.
I haven't even started smoking this morning. What the
Well,
fuck?
and
it's what it's called. It's called circling the wagon, and we're doing it. So
Yes.
Well, your wagon wheels are squeaky.
but yeah, that's all. I mean, I just want Larry to be careful because the trolls are trolling, right? And
yeah, but Larry's got a lot of people that are watching out for him as well too. So I
But I
understand it.
also
yeah,
I kind
I
of
know.
agree with Shy because I also been in a lot of chats and I see people coming in that I've never seen before like where's my wrench, and I'm like whoa, what the hell. I have never
Mhm.
ever asked anybody for a wrench. To me it's an
Never, and not
honor
in
to
that
be a
manner.
moderator.
I
And I'm
mean,
gonna
Right.
tell
that's
you
what.
why. I'm
Sorry.
sorry. I'm gonna tell you why I said something because I know people, not Chuck per se, right? But I know people that'll come in and demand wrenches, and then they'll start doing blocking his fans. They'll start doing shit in his chat. Then you
Yes.
can't block him because they got a wrench, right?
Yes.
So they can come in your chat and be disruptive. They can block your fans. They can do all of that kind of shit as long as they got a wrench.
Hmm.
So not saying that that's the kind of person Chuck is, but I kind of understood Chuck wanted to protect himself and make sure he ain't in the bullshit. Give me a wrench and let me, and I'm cool. You know what I mean? So, and I understood that. I thought about it because that's what I said to Larry. I said Chuck wanted to make sure he had a wrench to protect himself because he even stood up to Snafu yesterday. Snafu
Yes.
tried to put him in some shit and he didn't want to be in it. He told
Yeah.
Snafu, listen, I don't disrespect nobody up here. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So
Yep.
don't
Yep.
put me in that shit. So I
Well, that's
understood when
why
he asked.
I got a hard spot for Snap too, is because I've
Mhm.
never said anything to him. He targeted me out of nowhere, and
He targeted
I
all
don't.
of the females. He targeted all of us, right? Because Larry, they jealous of Larry being able to have this.
Yes, that's what it is, Sly. That's exactly what it is, and I don't think they understand that they show their cards every time they act out like that. You know, it's obvious to other people who aren't in that frame of mind, and they don't understand how obvious it looks to people that we understand you're acting out of some kind of envy, jealousy, whatever word they want to put on it. Kind of start
Hmm.
feeling bad for them because they're stuck somewhere and they can't
Well, you
seem to
know
get
what?
out of that rotation.
You're right with
Don't
Jesus, Snafu.
don't get stuck on that shit, right, Linda? I mean, yeah, Mary. Don't get. But I tell you, don't never get stuck on nobody else's bullshit, right?
Hey, no
Let
free written here.
right. Let them have their bullshit, but they can have it somewhere else.
Well,
Except for
that's
Yeah.
it
Moose. Moose is
exactly.
the only one that seeped in. I'm not allowed to be in my imagination.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah,
here's
yeah.
the
Well,
thing
that's
about these
that's a
channels,
known thing.
guys. Here's the thing about these channels and this stuff I hear from other people. When I come to Larry's channel, Larry's right to speak is first and foremost in my mind. And will stay that way because Larry welcomed me to his channel. So if Larry says, hey, I don't want to hear that talked about, I'll apologize and not talk about it, whatever it is, and still be friends with Larry because I respect that this is his place. It's his
This is his
standard.
house. Yes.
Did you
Yes.
see what? Did you see what Nub says?
What do you say, Larry?
Hold on, I'll read
Bruce,
it. Oh,
I
go
was going
ahead.
to say, no, I can't read.
Bruce, if I accidentally wink wink put you in timeout, it is only because I have the power to wrench. Please don't take it personally. LOL.
And guess what? That's why Chuck has a wrench too, because Chuck, when they start getting disruptive and distractive in the
The,
chat, you know what the damn do to them.
the
You
other one's better. The
too.
superhero one's better. It's like a superpower. I like
Yes.
that. I thought you were reading that one. I got back in here. I like it.
Well, I'm telling you, Linda and Mary, you guys are fascinating, beautiful, and you help keep me balanced. You know what I mean? Because I automatically thought that Linda thought that I was, being a little mean, but I really wasn't. And she
Not at
explained to
all.
me, no, yeah, she explained to me, no, child, I just look. She wanted
I'm
clips
proud
of
of
like,
you.
she
Yeah.
wanted clips, she
I
wanted
really
clips like
balls.
Tommy. She wanted clips like Tommy. I was like, child, ain't nobody got no clips.
Bring me the check stubs. I
Yo,
want
I
receipts,
got
damn it.
I understand though. I understood exactly where you was coming from because you wanted to be clear. Like, all right, now what is she talking about?
Well, yeah, because a lot of times people come in and start flinging forks, and we want to know
Yeah,
why they're flinging forks. What are you trying to stab at? Just
yeah,
stab
yeah.
it, because
But
we
see,
might just want to devour it with you. But if you're gonna fluff it up and you're gonna put parsley all over it, I
only,
can't find the
only
meat.
I
Give
know, but
me
only
the meat.
listen. Only don't say meat too much because we're
Hey,
gonna
I'm
do that.
single. I can say
Yeah,
meat
don't
all I
say me
want.
too much. You're gonna call
But
Jack
Lou's
here.
coming.
God damn it.
Look, Lou's coming. You say meat three times.
Nubs.
Lou's on his way.
Oh my
I got
god, that's funny.
Nubs. I got Moose. There's enough meat in here. We got Larry. Come on,
But
don't do
look,
that shit to me.
But look, I don't want to be. I want you to know though, I ain't taking no stabs at nobody, right? I'm fluffing and I'm sprinkling oregano. I'm sprinkling all the good shit I can sprinkle because I don't want nobody to take nothing I say the wrong way, man. So I
Oh my
might
god, you
fluffy
guys are
fluff.
making me
I might
choke. I
do
need to take
a
a
cuddle
hit.
buddies.
Well, let's stay this way. If you put too much seasoning on that, Sly, we don't know what we're eating.
Sometimes,
Oh
Linda,
my
that's
god.
the best method, right? That you might not need to know what you eat and don't
No,
even
no,
eat
no,
it.
no, no. My mama used to
Don't eat
slip
it.
it to me. I don't like food being slipped to me.
I do
That's
not
why
Uh-uh.
I
want a
said
well
if you don't
seasoned
know what
shit
Uh-uh.
you're
sandwich,
eating,
thank
don't
you.
eat it. Look, don't even
Have you
test
been with the channel?
I love you
Oh
guys though,
man.
man.
Just
Y'all
tell
make
me
me
keep
laugh,
it
man.
today.
You're always welcome here. We give you
No,
gruff because you're one
listen,
of us. And if you
wait,
take it,
listen,
I
wait,
wanted you to
Linda.
hear what I just said, please. If we
Okay, go
give
ahead.
you gruff, It's because we care. We want you here. If we ignore you, we don't want you here.
Hey,
Word.
I've been here every morning for the past how long,
Exactly.
Larry? Larry, how long I've been here? For the
As
past
long as
21.
we've been.
no, no, no,
Two
no,
months?
no.
2 months, I
It's
think.
only been me and Larry sometime, and Larry has had to shut it down because I couldn't even be here with him. But I'm just saying, I've been here with him, right? And I appreciate y'all being here with him too. So I feel like I'm already at home. Larry let me
Yeah.
come to the lounge for 3 months in my robe, in the same white robe as that.
You must not been watching when we were all on, because we all done our time, but we feel you.
Oh yeah, yeah. In the evening, y'all be on. I know that. I definitely know that. I watched in the evenings too. But this is the first time I've ever seen them doing 12-hour streams.
What are you doing today? I'm curious about Miss Sly. What's Sly
I
doing
don't
today?
I don't
You
answer
don't answer
questions.
questions.
I don't
Yeah.
answer questions. Yeah.
You don't ask the question. I asked the question wrong.
Huh?
Did I ask the question wrong? Are you telling me it's none of my fucking
Oh,
business?
You're
oh no,
supposed
I
to
would
ask,
never
like,
tell.
do you have a
Listen,
nice
I would
day
never
planned
tell
for
her, Mary. I
yourself?
would never say it that way.
I I am no fluff today. I'm sorry. Do I need to filter Larry?
Linda's just on a damn roll this morning. She's like, you
Listen,
gotta hear what I'm gonna say, and I don't care what I say. I'm gonna say it when I say it, and that's how I said it. Damn
I'm going back to bed.
it.
You
she done
wish,
ate her
Linda.
spinach
Knock it
this
off.
morning, Larry. Larry, Linda done ate her spinach this morning, and she is on fire.
Yep.
Linda
This
likes
girl
toasted
is
and
on
chicken food.
fire.
I love you all. I do. And I know
I
I come
appreciate
across
you.
all like I
No,
got
you
my
don't.
shit together sometimes, but I'm just as fucked up and confused and hurt, and I want to say place too.
I'm
Well,
sorry,
this is
y'all. She done stole his stuff, and now she trying to fight him for his stuff. Who
Oh
is that?
shit.
Yeah, she getting all mean because
Doggy politics.
yes,
I
honey.
have a lot of doggy
I mean,
politics. Anybody want some?
you're
no,
right
that's all
here.
right.
But yeah, man, it's it's like it's torture up in here with these two because he get all right. They on a schedule for their treats, right? He gets his treats and want to leave them laying around. He doesn't eat them right away. Then she gets mad because I'm telling her, no stealing, Kenzie, no stealing. Then he wants to play with his treats all around her, put them near her, and then dare her to touch them.
Yeah, it's a mind game. He knows you're gonna protect his biscuit, and he don't have to eat it, and he can mind fuck her.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yo, Linda, he do shit like he'll eat her food and then piss around his food, right? He'll
Right.
eat her food and then piss around his food so she
Yep.
won't come near it.
Yep. It's like my kids. I'd all buy them something, same toy. They'd all break the toy. The one that broke his toy, the first one that broke his toy, would go get the other boy's toy. And then when all
Yeah.
the toys were broke, that's how it
That's
worked.
how we knew we could mate. That's how we knew we could mate my male dog with my husband's female dog. Because when we
Mhm.
introduced him, he would walk over to his food dish, sniff it, go over to her to show her that she's allowed to eat before he eats. Like he almost was like a gentleman. And me and my husband looked at each other like, we actually have to mate these guys. You could see them like going through this loving process that you don't normally see in dogs.
They were dating.
It really was like they were dating. It was the sweetest, cutest thing I ever seen. And right now they're both pissed because we want to get them fixed. So we have them separated. And you can see the
Mm.
misery on their
Oh,
face. It's
oh
so
my
sad.
God. Wait, talk about so sad. So we had in the wintertime, hibernate. They hibernate. I ain't going out in the cold walking, right? So so he's been giving me this look lately in the morning, like, all right, so when we going for this walk, yo? Like, yo, ain't it time for this walk? He keep looking at me. So this morning he saw me getting dressed. He's like, oh shit, we might be going on this walk. So I said, nah, buddy, I gotta go somewhere. He laid down and gave me that look like, bitch, when is we going for this walk? Like
He
he
looking at
knows
you
it's
like,
time.
you know how long I've been waiting for this walk, and you tease me like
Yes,
that.
yes. Mary, I am not lying to you. That is how he looks at me like, yo, ain't it time for us to go on this walk yet?
When
So,
my Mufasa does something wrong, because I have to get him all fixed, so we're still having a little testosterone issue. So he'll like snap at somebody else, not to hurt him, but I let all the dogs know there's no fighting, there's none of that nonsense in my house. So I'll
yup.
admonish him, Mufasa, you should not be doing that. And then I'll ignore him. And he'll run up in my bed, crawl right up to me like, I'm so sorry, Mama. I'm so sorry I did that. Please forgive me.
Uh-huh.
Because they don't like being ignored. Like when your dog has a job and you ignore them, they get so upset.
When I'm on these streams with y'all, it seems like they do the same thing to me. They be going through it. Like,
Mama,
yo,
get
y'all
off the
be
phone. Mama, get off the
scared.
phone.
It's like y'all usually sleep, right? So as soon as I get on the stream, y'all want to be like P. Diddy, all up in the videos, singing, dancing and shit. Back up off me.
It's funny, like when I'll let my dog outside, he's got different barks. He's got a stuck bark, and then he's got a I'm done bark, let me in, Dad. And when he does the I'm done bark, I'll go out there and he'll look at me and he'll give me this big yawn like, Dad, I've been sitting out here for 6 years waiting for your dumb ass to come out and get me. What the fuck, dude? And
Like
I
you
look
didn't
at
hear
him,
me
I'm
the
like,
first
dude, it's only been a minute.
time. Yo, you ain't lying. Larry, you ain't lying. I have left Graham outside while we was on these streams, right? For about a good hour. And he has sat at that back door talking about row, row. Like, yo, he like he's saying, yo, I'm out here. Yo, I'm out here.
My older
Kenzie just
dogs don't have like real significant different barks, but as
uh-huh.
Mufasa was growing, he would come out with these odd barks. Like we would look at each other like we don't have a dog that sounds like that. And we go outside and there's Mufasa, like he'll howl like a wolf sometimes. Oh, what's wrong
Mm-hmm.
with he just has this personality where he has like
See?
5 or 6
You
different
look.
kind of barks.
I'm so sorry. Did you hear Graham? He heard you. She
Yeah.
said, look, he heard. He said, yeah, he's supposed to
Did you
act
hear
like
that?
that.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Yeah, you heard that, huh?
Is that you, Mufasa? Is that who we're talking about? Is Mufasa the pasta?
Does he hear him
Yeah.
barking?
Yeah, he came running in here. He almost jumped on top of my daughter.
Yeah. He heard him. See, he said, that's my buddy. Yeah, buddy. That's right. Tell her. That's what we supposed to do.
That's right. You heard that dog, didn't you? Did you hear that doggy? Out of 21 dogs, he's the only copper one. So
He's mama's boy.
the color behind Linda, you see that like yellowish brown color behind Linda? He's that color. And out of 2 litters, only one dog came out that color. And he picked me because I picked a different pup. Mufasa picked me, and he's just like this happy-go-lucky son of a gun. He'll go anywhere with me.
That's a lie, because when I came to see the puppies for the first time when I was living with my mom, she was like, look at this one. This one's mine. And it was just when they were babies. So
That's
Is
how it
Moose Moo
was.
hello?
out the womb like That's
Is
what
Moose still in the house?
I seen Moose down there. Good morning, Moose. How's travels
Morning, Moose.
going? I
I'm
was
not sure
worried
who
about him and the family and all that stinking
person.
snow he finally got out of.
So hey, Sly, I wanted to let you know. Sly, I wanted to let you know I checked that video out about that lady that was in front of the hospital. That was just crazy.
Wasn't it, man?
Oh
Yo,
my God. Yeah,
it went
oh,
viral. It's gone viral, man. It's the one of those officers got um fired. Something happened, whatever. But
Well, that's good.
no, I don't know. All of them, everybody that was out there, everybody, the hospital, everybody should be
yes,
charged with
because
that.
listen, there's a law against denying medical care. And the first words out of that woman's mouth is, I fractured my ankle. And they didn't even want to talk about that. Oh, well, the hospital said. Who cares what the hospital said? There are laws about this shit. Why weren't the officers saying to the hospital, you can't do that?
They didn't care, Mary. They didn't.
Not
They
even
did
a
not care.
little bit.
The
Not even a little
hospital
bit.
said they didn't want her there, so they just took their own shit in their own pot and pissed in it.
I mean, it was ridiculous on how they treated her. They treated her like an animal. The way that guy, the
Where?
way that cop was talking to her, it was sad. I wouldn't. And my thing
Actually, no,
is,
Larry's right. It is worse than an animal because I was watching very to all the details, and they only showed for a minute, not even a minute, for like seconds, how they drug her through that police car, through one.
I
You
think
know what
you're
I'm
talking
saying? Like
about
they
a
opened the
different
door and
video.
drug her through that.
did you
I
see when they
mean, the
snatched her
woman.
by her hair? Did you see when they
Yes,
snatched her
yes.
by her hair?
Yep, back of the head like this to see to check on her. That's not how you check on somebody.
Mhm.
Worse than an animal. I've seen animals in infamy in I don't know how to say the word. Sick
Take
animals
your time.
not
Look,
treated
make up a
better
word,
than
damn
sick
it.
humans.
Look, you hear me, Mary? Make up a word. Just sound
Yeah.
good. Go ahead. It's okay. Shit, I make them up all the time. Just make up a fucking word.
Listen, when someone hits a freaking animal with a car and they have to call like the cops or like the animal people, my brain's wrong this morning.
Rescue, rescue.
There's
Yeah.
protocol. There's protocol to how these animals are freaking treated. And the system wants us to believe, well, yeah, there's laws and there's this, that, and the other thing. Yeah, but all these officers are not forced to learn these laws. And this
They're
is
not
where we
being
have issues
trained.
because you have, yeah,
I'm sorry. They're
you
not
said it.
being
They're not being
trained the
trained
law,
right.
baby. They're not being no, not they're not being trained right. They're not being trained the law. They are being trained
Oh yeah.
to get home first, right? No matter
Mm-hmm.
by any means necessary, we're going to generate money by any means necessary. If we got to
Mm-hmm.
kill a nigga by any means necessary, go ahead and do it as long as you get home first, right?
Yeah.
As long as you
Yeah.
get home to your family, right? Do what you got to do. That's how they train. They are
Yeah.
trained to yell. I seen it on a video. I might have posted it to my page, Larry. They are trained to yell, stop resisting.
Mm-hmm.
Put your hands behind your back. They are trained to do that because the body cams don't show exactly what they're doing, right? So they'll start
Mm-hmm.
yelling while they laying on top of you, beating you to death. I posted that video too, Larry. It's on my page. They beat the boy to death. Guess why? Because he was walking down the side of the road. So
Well,
they
yeah. What
grabbed him.
happens?
What
What
about the
They didn't
happens
beat
two
is
him to death.
officers that?
They
what
didn't beat him to
happens
death.
is
Go ahead,
They beat
they'll
Larry.
him
go
up.
and they'll hit you. They'll hit you, and as they hit you, they'll go, "Stop resisting." So when they hit you, you go like that because you got hit, and because you went like that, that means you're resisting. So that means I can do whatever in the hell I want. I can bring my
Yes,
Wait,
and
taser out. I
I
can bring my
saw a
gun out, or
video.
whatever.
go
Yes,
ahead.
Larry, I saw a video of two officers laying on a man, and the officer still took out his gun and shot him to death. They
Wow.
were laying on him.
Well, the one I
There
just
was
posted
no
recently,
threat in that moment.
Mary, the one I just
Yeah.
posted recently, the young man was walking down the side of the road, 1 o'clock in the morning. He was on the side of the road. He wasn't in the street. He wasn't on the sidewalk. He was on the curb walking down the street. They got out the car, went hands on, pulled him over to the car, forced him, tackled him. One cop tackled him to the ground. All you could see was him here, stop resisting, put your hands behind your back. While he's laying on top of him, punching him in his face, cussing at him, treating, talking to him like shit, beating him. Then the other cop says, "You want me to tase him? You want me to tase him?" He's steady beating him up, drags him up again to the car, puts his hands around his neck. And the guys kept saying, and all the guy kept saying, "I didn't do anything wrong to you. I didn't say anything wrong to you. I wasn't doing nothing but walking down the street. You just gonna beat me up like that for nothing?" Then they, he roughed him up a little more, you know what I mean, and then put him in the car. And then they was bragging about how they kicked his, how they kicked his ass because he was just walking down the street. He was just walking down the street. We can't even walk down the street no more without being harassed by the police.
Sly, when I moved to Colorado, I heard a story about Elijah McClain. Elijah McClain was an introverted person just walking to the store to buy something, I think, for his brother.
Yeah.
He was wearing headphones, and some person saw him singing away on his headphones and called the police. So the police come up from behind him. He's not hearing anything but his headphones. The police get mad. They tackle him to the side of the grassy area, side of the road, and they shot him up with, I don't even know. I can't even profess
That
to know.
was
Some people.
wait. Yeah. What happened was Elijah, he was walking home from the store. The cops rode up and wanted to stop him and question him because of the way he was dressed. It was real hot outside, but he had a disease. He had something that made him cold. So he had to, dress and cover his skin or whatever, right? They tried to stop him. He didn't want to stop. He said, "Why? What am I doing? I'm not doing anything wrong." He kept walking. Because he kept walking, they jumped out on him and wanted his ID. They got a call about a suspicious person, right?
Yes.
Because he knew his rights, they violated him. They tackled him, and like you said, they shot him up with stuff that he had an allergic reaction. They shouldn't have shot him up with.
The stuff they shot him up with is that stuff that ambulance people keep for ODs. So they assumed he was a drug addict, and they shot him up for this stuff. And of course, that's going to kill someone who doesn't need it.
Right.
Narcan.
That's what I'm talking about. He had a disease though, Mary.
Narcan.
He was sickly. He had a certain kind of physical thing. And
Right. But he also informed the police officers, I'm an introvert. I stay to myself. I'm not doing anything wrong. What are you doing? Like, he verbally tried to inform them, and they didn't give a shit. George tried to verbally inform them. They didn't give a shit. The white guy I was talking about, listen, this white guy was looking for his brother at the school. And there was a number of cars that looked like either his mom's or his sister's. So he got in the wrong car. Somebody freaking called the police. The police pulled this white guy out of the car. When the white guy went like this, the police are like, "What's wrong?" And he's like, "I have anxiety. I have anxiety on my experiences with officers." That's the guy that they had on the ground. Two guys on top of him, still pulled his freaking gun out, shot him in front of his family, just a foot from the vehicle.
I remember that. I remember that case too. But
And
this guy,
is
this young man
disgusting.
was more. This young man was recent. His video has gone viral as well. I posted it on my page, Larry. If you take a look at it, it went viral as well.
I have to go look at it.
What they did to this young man was so sad. He was doing then, Mary, was walking down the street. He wasn't bothering nobody. He wasn't loud. He wasn't doing anything but walking down the street.
Sly, I've been asked so many times why I live where I live. And I'll tell you probably something you remember back in 2016. video went viral of a caregiver that was shot while he was supervising his special needs client who is an eloper and it was an adult, but a special needs person who is an eloper, which is someone who walks away without permission. And my son is like that. He was just
Mm-hmm.
playing with his car in the middle of like the parking lot area. And someone
Mm-hmm.
called the police, and the police wounded the caregiver. And for all of
Mm.
us special needs parents, because this is what went through the special needs community, who was the officer trying to shoot in that moment? Who was he? You know, because the special needs person is not going to give a shit about an officer screaming at them. They go into their own self and their own mind when they're stressed out in situations like that.
You're talking about
So
special needs person, right?
yes, the special needs
Yeah.
would not have listened to him. The caregiver can't leave the special needs. So the officer put him in a position of impossibility between a rock and a hard place. And they were so close together that most of us special needs parents were like, oh my God. And for me and my husband, we're like, we're here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, not exactly by choice, but I prefer to have not been there, right? We need to get out. We need to get out as soon as possible. So I asked the rest of the family, how far is too far from town? And they were like,
She
an
said,
hour.
load up. Did you do a a hillbilly John? Load up the truck, load up the family, and let's get the fuck up out of here.
Yeah, Sly. I'm going to give you the quick and ugly. I came to look at the land.
Uh-huh.
And while I came to look at the land, my kids caught a cold in Louisiana and they were dead. So dad kept them out of school Monday and Tuesday. I came back Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday. I left Monday. They didn't go to school half a day. They didn't go Tuesday because they were sick. They didn't go Wednesday. I came home Wednesday. So I'm looking at them. It's just a cold, congestion, new area. I kept them home Thursday and Friday, sent a note to school. The school wanted to charge me with truancy. So I called the truancy department and I said, what do you mean truancy? I sent a note to school. They have a cold. Well, you need a doctor's note. So you want me to bring my kids that are already sick to a doctor to possibly get even more sick for you to have a note? You're forcing me to take my kids to a doctor. No, no, no. That's not what we're doing. That's exactly what you're doing.
Yes, the fuck? You don't need a genius to figure that
Right.
shit out.
Right. So I intentionally like drug it on because I knew she wanted to say something, right? Because this is how the system works. So I pushed. I'm like, you are telling me to bring my children to a doctor, and that goes against my rights as a parent. And I've already informed you that my kids were sick. And no, I'm not going to take them to a doctor. Well, then you're going to get a warrant out for your arrest. And I'm like, thank you very much. I just wanted you to be real clear about what you were trying to tell me, click. So I called the general number and said, who is the district attorney for truancy? Well, we don't have to give you that information. I'm like, that's where you're absolutely wrong. But you know what? I'm so glad you said that. Thank you very much. Click. And then I did my own research because I know how to do shit. So I found the district attorney's number for the truancy. I called them. All these calls happen in 5 minutes. I called them and I'm like, we have a very serious problem on our hands. And I need to speak with someone in person because one school's trying to charge me with truancy while I have what's the word? I'll come back to it. But I actually have
Make one
a
up. What I'm
lawsuit.
saying, you make one up. Go ahead.
I don't want to make the wrong one up.
Okay.
So we look white but are Spanish. But
Mhm.
we live in a multi-race neighborhood.
Mhm.
So being in Louisiana in a multi-race neighborhood, there's already generational trauma that hasn't been dealt with. So of course I understand I was classified as white. I mean, I totally get that. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But to be mistreated because of that is where my issue comes in. So my daughter was getting admonished at school. People would ask her what she is. I'm Mexican. It's obvious she looks ethnic. But she was also then yelled at. You can't be Mexican if you don't speak Spanish, or you're just a white person. And that was quite offensive. My daughter was scared to go to school.
Well,
The label,
the constant bus,
indoctrination.
the
Let
fights
me,
on the bus, that wasn't great. When the bus wouldn't come, that wasn't great either.
like, I was on the.
Knives brought to school, that wasn't great.
Let me
The
finish my
hour
story. It's
lockdown.
supposed to be quick and ugly. Okay, let me
No,
finish
no
this.
clicking on
It's
it.
going to be quick and ugly. So listen, I was on the news because 22 times the bus refused to pick up the students, not just mine. 22 times. And every
Wow.
time a parent would call in and say, "Where is the bus?" The people at the bus department would be like, "If you missed it, that's your problem. You figure out a way to get your kid to school." And we're like, "The bus never came." "Oh, yes, it did come." 22 times. So I finally got on the news because now I'm pissed off. You're interfering with these children. You're risking truancy with us parents who don't have a way to get the kids to school, right? So here I am on the phone with the DA, and I'm
Ooh.
like, we need to talk in person. When can you get there? I will be there open tomorrow morning. So I used public transportation because we had recently been through a flood and lost a vehicle in Baton Rouge. I was there at 8 o'clock in the morning. "Do you have an appointment?" "No, I don't. But I'm the lady on the news, so I'm pretty sure she wants to talk to me."
Mhm.
So as soon as she went back there with that, she came back with, "Okay, have a seat. She'll be right with you." So
Mhm.
they called me in there, picked up my phone, and I hit record.
Mhm.
And I recorded the whole conversation. And I told her exactly what was going on. And this was her advice. "Well, if you're already going out of state, then just move. Move before the warrant for your arrest comes out." And I
That's a
was like,
bunch of bullshit. Oh, excuse me. Go ahead, babe. I'm sorry.
You're cool. You're cool." Because I was just as mad. I was like, in my mind, bingo, bango. I got it on recording. Thank you very much. I apologize for moving in to the wrong neighborhood as what is perceived as a white person. But I also have experienced racism deeply within my own family. So it's
Mhm.
not like I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? But to
Yeah, but
have
you know
things
what?
in place so that that doesn't happen no matter the race of the child,
Mhm.
and you don't do anything, I have a lawsuit. Whether I choose to utilize it or not is where we're at. I went
Well,
home that day,
don't let
Sly,
the
because I
statutes
hit stop and I left.
don't
And
let
I
the
went home.
statutes of limit don't let the statutes of limitation run out, Linda. If you can, I mean, Mary, if you can sue them, fucking sue them. Don't let the statute. Don't let them come up with a reason why you can't, because of the
Oh no,
statutes.
they didn't. They were freaking scared of me, Sly. By the time I left there, they were
Mhm.
scared. But I was not about to put the money that I had in my account for my family's future on the
Mhm.
line for the lawsuit, because that's what would have been. So I
Right,
went
right.
home to my husband and I said, "Can you go tell your boss I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry." And he's looking at me like, "What the hell, lady?" And I'm like, "We're moving in 2 weeks. We have nothing out there on the land. There's not anything on the landslide. We came out here on blind faith, knowing that God wasn't leading us away from a bad place to another bad place."
And that's what you got to do, sweetheart. Sometimes, I mean, like for you, you're a blessing, right, to be able to do that for you and your family.
Hmm.
Sometimes I wish I can just up and just get out the city or whatever, whatever. But I'm comfortable where I'm at for now, right?
Right.
But as long as you can stand on your ground and take care of you, you don't let nobody have dominion over you, because that's
Absolutely.
what the system see. What they were trying to do to you, they were trying to set you up. And I tell people this all the time: the state or the city that you're in, their main purpose is to generate money by all means necessary. If they can get you on truancy, you pay the fines, court calls, they got you. You know what I mean? It's not about your child and how much education your child needs. It's not about none of that, because they
Mhm.
pushing lies to your child anyway, right? They ain't teaching your child the proper way anyway, right? They doing
Hmm.
what the
Hmm.
fuck they want to do, and then they want to make it oh, it's your responsibility.
Mm,
Nah, it's my
mm,
responsibility to take care of my children. If my children are
mm.
sick, I'm going to keep them home and make sure they get well so they won't make nobody else sick. That's the smart, responsible thing to do. You don't send your children to school because of truancy if
Exactly.
they sick.
But here's the thing. Here's the story I didn't tell you that they already saw coming. So
Mm-hmm,
prior to me coming to Colorado to look at the land, we
mm-hmm,
were struggling with our son. Like he was
mm-hmm,
trying to tell us something, but because he's only 50% verbal, he doesn't have the signs for like hit. He's got the signs for like drink, eat, help, but he doesn't have the signs for hit. So it took us 2 weeks as his parents, and finally, what he did was charades. We're like listening to him, like, Vincey, honey, tell us what's wrong, man. Tell us what happened. And after 2 weeks, he went like this. Mm, 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 mm. And me and dad practically broke out in tears. I
mm-hmm,
mean, I went to the school the very next day when we finally got the story.
mm-hmm.
And I called the teacher down, and I said, "How's Vincey today? How's everything going?" And she's "Oh, he's doing good. He's doing real good. I'm glad you came in to see how he's doing. I thought you came in about the other thing, and I had
Mm.
not mentioned it.
She snitched on herself. Go ahead.
She sure did. So I said, "Other thing, huh?
Uh-huh.
Would
What
that be
else?
the other thing that my son has been struggling to tell me for the last 2 weeks? Now
Mm-hmm,
I want the truth. Since you
mm-hmm,
read it on yourself, you might as well just sit here and tell me the story."
mm-hmm.
My son's on the playground. There's like four aides. He is not supposed to be alone. He's supposed to have a parapro with him at all times, okay? So
Yep.
he's on the playground, four other children in like average children. He's supposed to be with special needs, but he was with the average
They
children.
had a mix.
Four
Mm-hmm,
other average children had him up against the fence beating him.
mm-hmm.
Before minutes, it took minutes for the aides to come to his rescue. If that's not bad enough, prepare yourself. They took my son, all four children,
Larry,
all
I'm
four.
sorry.
It's okay,
Larry,
Larry. Listen, this story's gonna have a happy ending, okay? It's gonna have a happy ending, I promise you.
oh,
They
Larry,
took
he is such a
four
sweetheart. Go ahead.
He is. Because he knows. Larry knows, which is why he's getting emotional. So
Mm-hmm,
they
go
took
ahead.
my son into the principal's office. My son is the lightest complexion child there. They took my son into the principal's office, had the principal, the teacher, four sets of parents, four children, and then my son, and never frickin' called me.
Mm.
Do you
So
know
you wait,
what?
ho. So you're telling me they had everybody else's child, everybody else's parent, your child, but not you.
Exactly.
That's a lawsuit and a fucking half right there. Go ahead. I'm
Well,
sorry. Watch my mouth.
that's where I was coming. So I tried to do my diligence. I want a meeting. I want the same freaking meeting with me present. Oh, you don't know if you could do that? All right, I'll be right back. I'll go in the principal's office. Man, we're going to talk. Because listen, I was the other side of the tracks child. I grew up in a white community, and I was the other side of the tracks child. So I'm quite
It
familiar
didn't
with this.
matter. You're a fucking human being, and your child is a human being.
Yeah, but they think with their eyes, remember. So they just see a white chick, you know what I'm saying? They don't understand that this white chick has experience and understanding in these types of situations.
Mhm.
So I sat down with the principal. I told her exactly what I wanted. I want these parents in here to sit there and say that I cannot be my child's voice when my child doesn't have a voice is so
Exactly.
far from true and right that I'm going to keep fighting this. So I was in the middle of fighting this when the pre planned flight to Colorado was happening. So I understood when dad kept him home. I'm like, that's cool. I'm not there. I'm so okay with you keeping him home because I'm not there to get on their balls. You know what I'm saying? So when the whole, well, we're going to charge you with truancy happened, I laid it on the table with that lady. I'm like, you don't understand. I have violence in one school against one child and racism in one school, a different school about another child, which means your whole entire school district is going to be a part of a lawsuit if I so choose to do it that way. That's when she said, well, the best thing for you to do is then to leave town before it comes.
Man, I'd have
That's why
slapped
she
their ass.
said that.
Soon as I got situated, I'd have slapped her ass with a lawsuit so fast, her head would have been spinning. See, she thought she had got rid of you, moving the car. Go ahead and leave then. We don't care. Oh,
Yo,
bitch, I'm
Sly, I had to come to terms with a couple things. So I totally get where I absolutely understand where you're coming from.
Mhm,
Early in life, I kept having these weird opportunities. So I have a scar on my neck right here. And that surgery happened when I was 10.
mhm,
So at 17, someone told me, if the doctors messed up that bad, then because the scar is above the shoulder line, it's a neck and face. The
mhm,
the courts look upon that as them kind of marring the way you look and how people treat you, and you can sue for that.
mhm,
But you don't have long because that ended at 18.
mhm.
So I had to think real quick. I had only months to think about this. And what I thought was time, energy, money, the negativity of the experience,
How
and
old was
any other, huh?
How old was you?
I was only 17.
All right, go ahead.
So then I was thinking, like, I don't know how I have this brain, but I kind of thought of all those different aspects and kind of weighed if I wanted to take that time out of my life. Now, remember, I feel grateful to be alive. So every day I'm pointed and having to face this negativity is a day not in positivity. And I love my life. So I take that decision very, very seriously. And what
Mhm,
I've come up with on my own for me is whatever money and I was 17, so maybe this might sound immature to you, okay?
no,
But
because I
whatever
got a
money
story.
they're trying to get me to go after isn't gonna change like what was happening. I was only 2 years out of the violence. So it wasn't
Mhm.
gonna change my mental, it wasn't gonna help me heal, it wasn't gonna do this positive thing that everybody was spewing to me. I just didn't believe it.
And
So I
you're right.
chose not to.
It
Well, and
wasn't
the
even
biggest
going to come out of their pockets. It was going to come out the taxpayers' pockets, the people that didn't even do the harm to you.
Yeah,
Right?
Ex-
that's the biggest problem is they make it so damn expensive for us to take them. And it doesn't matter how good a case we have against them. They make it a uphill battle both ways, and they make it so expensive for us to take them to court that they know that we won't do it because we can't afford it.
Because here's the
Exactly.
truth of that, Larry. If these laws were actually laws, then it's actually the DA's responsibility to go after the asses. It is not my responsibility to go after a
They
school
don't
that
work.
breaks the law against a child. My
Listen,
money, my personal money, should never, ever have to go to that. Listen, I have
they,
a case against my son, the current school here in Colorado, with how they treated my son. And when I look at the facts, our life here in Colorado is worth more than adding the time, the energy, the money. Even if it woke somebody in this, it's worth more than all of that put together. So if this is the system and the lawsuit, and this is my family, this is how it goes. Because
Right.
money doesn't mean that. Money didn't repair me. Like
yeah,
I
but it's
had
not.
a,
It's
I
Mary.
listen.
Look,
I want to just approach something. Might answer your question. I had a reading when I was like 21 years old.
mhm,
It wasn't a tarot card reading, but it was a spiritualist reading. She used like a regular deck of 52 cards.
mhm,
She told me at like 24, she told me that in the future I was going to get something because of the abuse of my past. And
You
that
got
blew
your
me away
blessing.
because in my mind, I'm like, I ain't suing my parents. That would be the
Mhm.
only place that it would come from, right? It's suing the people who perpetrated against you, which in my case was my parents.
Yeah,
So
but you
I
know
just
what?
blew it off. I didn't even think about it. Like, okay, this is a reading gone wrong, right? I really didn't put
It
no
wasn't.
moxie into it.
It wasn't a reading going wrong. It was a reading going right because everything that might have came out of it eventually happened because um you still was able to move and you still was able to take care of your family. You're still able to take care of your family. You're still able to
Hmm.
take care of yourself. You're still able to stand on your ground, your spirituality. You know what I mean? So it all does pay off. But look, I had a situation as well. I was 13 years old. I ran away and I ran away from an abusive childhood with my mom and I went to another abusive childhood with my aunt. I didn't know my aunt was an alcoholic. So when I moved
Mm.
to her, I had to start taking care of her kids. So one day I knew that my mom was in some kind of rehab or something. So I went looking for her. Where I went looking for her, I saw her insurance man's car. Her insurance man's car was parked on this street. By the street, you know those grates where the trains go under the
Yep,
ground? Those grates?
yep.
I fell in one. Somebody pulled me out. Cops took a report and everything. I went home, told my aunt. They wanted to try to make me walk on those crutches the next day to go to school. They wanted me to go
Mm.
to school, but on these crutches. Man, I left them crutches at my girlfriend's house and I went to school. I was all right. I wasn't in, I didn't know that I was in any pain, but I was young then. I
Mhm.
knew that they wanted to sue and all that kind of shit. And I didn't want to be involved with that because I knew it was about money for them. It wasn't about
Yes.
protecting me. You know what I mean? It was about what they could get. So I didn't go through it carrying. My aunt was mad at me. Why you ain't go to school with your crutches? Cause I wasn't didn't want to carry work. I didn't know how to walk with no damn crutches. You know what I mean? I ain't know how to fake
Yeah.
no accident. Ain't nobody
Yeah.
never teach
Right.
me
Right.
no
Because
shit
you're a
like that.
child. That's nowhere inside your brain, right?
Exactly. But even like you see, even when I got older, even like you see about like the school district failed me, by me
Yeah.
telling them about my abuse, at home. Then they going to my mom instead of, looking into it, investigating. They went straight to my mom, told my mom I almost got killed that night by my
Dude,
mother.
Sly,
Right?
I have to tell you this. Oh my God. I fell in the same trap. I told the guidance counselor in the middle school. The guidance counselor called my father up, told him everything I said. And that night when I got home, I lost consciousness. For all I
Me
know, I
too.
could have
My
died in
mom
that
beat me.
moment.
Yup, my mom beat me that bad, Mary, that my mother named Mary too. My mom beat me that bad, Mary, to I lost consciousness. I even tried to run to a neighbor. Yo, she told the neighbor he better not get involved. My mom had people scared of her, right? She did everybody was scared to get involved. My ass got whooped. I had scars, busted lips. Nobody could get involved. So that's why I
Hmm.
ran away. But then when my aunt, I saw my aunt the way she was living, I went and thought maybe my mom trying to get herself together, I'll go get help from her. But when I couldn't find her or the insurance man, I had to go back to my aunt. So, yeah, I mean, I had to deal with those consequences, right? And even as I got older, it was like, oh, you could sue the school board, or you could sue this person, or you could sue that person. It was like, do I want to go through the aggravation? I was even molested. I was even raped, right?
Right,
You
right.
know what I mean? And it was like, yo, I had to give the last person that raped me a plea deal. I know they tried to grape me. I know what they did, but I had to give them a plea deal because I didn't want to go through the fucking system.
You did
And
not
then,
want to re-traumatize yourself, and that makes me sick. That's what the system offers.
but no,
You can
look,
re-traumatize yourself, or you can plea out the freaking perpetrator.
but
That's a
not
hell
only,
of a choice.
but look, no, not only, not about, it wasn't even about re-traumatizing. It was about knowing the way the system worked, and they don't give a fuck about me being great as long as they get their case and their money, right? That's what I was looking at. I wasn't
And
looking
that's
at
why they
you.
didn't do my case, because what they did is they made me go through grape tests. They made me go through lie detector tests. They made me go through all those things. And
Mhm.
then, as let's see if she's lying, they said to me, well, the lie detector tests say you're lying. And I looked at her like, what the fuck? And she's like, no, 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 it didn't. We have to say that to victims to make sure they're telling the truth. The fuck
Oh,
you do?
wait. This is what they told me. They told me, well, give him this plea, or you'll have to go to court and it'll be your word
Mhm.
against his. Like,
Yep,
so they tried to put the fear in me, right?
yep,
To say, okay, I'll give him the plea. As long as they
yep.
win, they don't give a fuck. As long as they got a plea or something, they don't care. They don't care about me and if he sees me or whatever. You know what I mean? Like I
Yes,
was,
lies.
huh?
Excuse me. I got to talk to the investigator who actually investigated my father.
Mhm.
And I felt so much compassion for that man, because I mean, he was after my, anyway, like it was like my father was Teflon, and there was nothing he could find that would stick. And I told him when I was going through college, I was about 29 years old. I'm like, I'm going to college to learn to be an investigator, so these assholes can't keep slipping through the system. And he literally said, was like, go find where you're going to live and then do it there. Because
Mhm.
this, if you do it right now here in this system, I was in New York, it's going to kill you. Please don't do it here. And what that
Mhm.
said to me was, this was a righteous investigator. And no matter what he did, he couldn't make the district attorney put charges on someone who deserved the freaking charges, which made this man's life work moot. Like he did nothing. I felt so bad for this investor. I'll never forget his name ever in my life. It hits me
Yeah,
right
but
now. I know his freaking first and last name, because I never met someone of the system that gave me a righteous feeling like this man did. Like he wanted Oscar to pay for his sins, but he also was in a system that wasn't working with him.
and what a lot of them, listen, there are good people in the system, right? But because they who they rub elbows with, their hands are tied. No matter what they know is right, right? They know
Hmm.
that this person graped you, but you know it's just that I don't want to ruffle no feathers, just take this plea deal and let's sweep it up under the rug because, I don't want to, I got to continue on with my office, my da 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 da, take care of my family, fuck your family, just take this plea. You're going to have to go through what you got to go through. Long as you got this plea, you'll be all right. What the fuck?
You know what? I used to think there was I didn't know where it was, but I used to think there was some kind of honor in the system. But as
No,
I've
never.
grown older,
You
and
did?
I understand this one thing.
You
Y'all
did
are
though?
volunteers. Listen, Sly. This system is full of volunteers, full of volunteers. People volunteer for these jobs. They actually go after being a DA or a doctor or an officer or a lawyer. The list goes on and on. These are volunteers
But
to
they go to
do the
school for
job.
it. They
And
go to
they
school
don't
for
want
it
to
though.
do the job they volunteered to do. They could
No,
have
but they
flipped hamburgers for a living. They could have done anything else, but they chose that profession. So I like to hold their hands over the coals on that.
Wait,
but
this
it's not,
just came
listen.
to mind. I didn't
Hold
realize how public service jobs like that are pushed to children. I didn't realize those are the kinds of jobs in schools that they wanted you to be until you said that just now. I didn't hear shit about being a baker as a kid. Be a lawyer. Be a doctor. Be a policeman. Be a fireman. Be an
Mm-hmm.
EMT. Be a nurse.
Feed the
Because
system,
they
feed the
wanted you to be
system,
able to
feed the
collect money.
system, feed the system,
Because
right? Go
because
ahead.
they wanted you listen, because they wanted you to be able to collect money for them. They wanted you to be indoctrinated in their system, being a tyrant,
Right.
like in the doctor system, in the pharmacy system, in the policing system, in the government. They all wanted you to be a part of their crooked system so you can go rub elbows with them and not rub elbows with the people that you took an oath to protect and help and serve,
That's
right?
funny. That right there, Sly, is the reason why there's is a home ec or wood shop or all these other classes that used to be in
They
school.
in jail
They
now. They in the prisons now. They in the prisons now. They're not.
because they
They
want to
don't.
make yeah they want to make those people useful, right?
Well, not. They want to make them useful. That's cheap labor. You hear me?
No, that's
You
what
hear
I'm
me?
saying. They have to teach them that now because now it's their labor and they need to make their labor useful.
Oh, you talking about the children? The children
In the
now that don't
jails.
get
No, I'm
inside,
saying in the jails. They took it out of the schools
right?
where people were utilizing it in their lives and making real lives. So
Right.
now the population that needs it isn't out of the isn't in the schools. It's the jails. Because had they been giving them in the schools, half of them wouldn't be in the damn jails.
But look at what they got in jail though. They got cheap labor that can make license plates and wood and chairs and all that kind of shit. So that's cheap labor. Why
Imagine
teach
what
it in
happens in the
schools?
white collar prisons.
Why teach it in schools when we got cheap labor, where we got people that already know it in jail? They can make shit because they already know it. They got plenty of time. They can learn how to make wood. They can learn how to make shit we need. So that's cheap labor. That's like slavery. That's why prisons are really the in-house means
You
of slavery.
have either one of you ladies been arrested and served any time?
No.
I
I've
have.
only, I've
I have.
no, I've never
So
served
y'all
time.
need to stop.
Huh?
Y'all talking nonsense. It would be
What?
great in a real
Okay,
world if we could
first,
do what y'all are doing, but the fact that they don't do that in jails, and yes, we do need to get that back into school. But this picture you guys are trying to paint, I can't let you do that.
okay,
Those
then let us
restaurants are
give you
wrong.
evidence. Let us give you evidence so that you can see where we're coming from.
Yeah,
So, in
Mary,
my
Linda, they are.
experience,
They are
where
doing it
I
now.
was living in New Jersey, this came out in the media. So, if you want to direct your anger, let's go the right direction. They told the public that college courses were offered to the inmates and that it was on the taxpayer's dime. Well, I was currently in college. This is why I remember the story. And I had to pay hundreds and hundreds of dollars for the books that wasn't included in the grants I was given to go to college. So I got irritated about that. Like, man, here I am struggling as a single mom to try to go to college to better myself and they made the report seem like it was given for free in the jails.
What state was that? Because I do believe each state's different.
Yeah,
I was in New Jersey, but like there was like a tri-state news, so it could have been New Jersey, New York, or Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
and Linda, they just passed a law in a certain state that says that one of those state prisons are like a slave prison. I'm not quite sure the exact termination, but they did pass a law to take one
Are
prison
you talking
back.
about working? Free work?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
How
Like
much?
they they work for they work for pennies, but they make a lot of stuff in jail. They do. They make a lot of stuff in jail.
Well, I
Food.
was in jail. I was in jail back in the 70s, and they do the same thing. Uh, where you could be a trustee, and the trustee is just basically like you're saying, slide cheap labor for them.
Yeah.
to do the work that needs to be done.
Yeah.
And if you did the trustee job, you got certain amount of time off your sentence or whatever.
Yeah, that
And
was back in the
some of those jobs were like really super hard, and some of them were like really super easy. And it's just you got the luck of the draw. And I happened to get luck of the draw, and I had a super easy job that I had to do, and it made things a lot easier. And when you are a trustee, you eat a lot better than the people, the normal people or whatever.
That was in the 70s, Larry.
Yeah. No.
So
'Cause,
so
like, I
basically,
did a shit.
you were a house slave, Larry.
You would get
Yeah.
money on your. Yeah.
You ain't never lied, Moose. Yes. Larry, you mopped the floors and swept up and kept shit clean. That's why you ate good.
No, actually, what I did is they had this little fridge that was the guard's fridge, what they kept their personal food in. And my responsibility was to keep the fridge clean and, get the old food out and, make it look presentable. And that's all I had to do all day was take care of this one little fridge.
When I was a work trustee, I would get money on my books so I could buy more food.
Yeah, they didn't give us any money at all. We just got,
Right.
like I said,
Back
time
in
off our sentence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nowadays,
Well, like everyone else says, though, the jail is just another system to flush the money through. Like I heard a recent story where you could get things in jail now, like your own TV, your own
Mm.
oh
stuff, and I'm like, wait, what? And my
yeah,
husband's like, yeah, they couldn't take it with them, but if
yeah.
you get money on your books, you could buy
They
the
sell
TV to have while
everything.
you're in there.
Mary, they sell Timberlands, they sell Jordans, they sell everything in jail, man. Listen, they
Who's
Of
in
course
the
they
dark?
sell Jordans.
yeah. Oh,
Hi,
huh?
Danny.
Oh, Danny. Hello.
Come over.
Hello.
My son wants to say hi to everybody. Come on over.
Morning.
Hi,
Hi.
Morning.
Dave.
Hi,
Good morning,
handsome.
family.
Hi,
Aw,
Danny.
See
hi.
his new haircut? He's been trying to learn the clippers with his dad.
Oh,
Okay.
nice. He's a
Hi, good to
handsome young
see
man.
you.
Yes.
Look at
But
him.
listen, guys, I done stayed up here almost an hour with y'all, and I really wasn't supposed to. I love talking to y'all always. Thank you for such a pleasant, atmosphere here. This is safe. It's pleasant, and I appreciate you guys. Larry, I love you. I'm gonna be listening. I just gotta eat my sandwich and get the hell about it for a little
Sly
bit.
All right,
Shy, my final words
hey,
for you.
Sly,
I wanted
hey,
to say I
Sly,
apologize to you. I hope you're having a wonderful day, and I hope that you are very blessed today. Have a wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Moose.
hey,
I love you,
Sly,
sweetheart. Thank you. Huh?
Sly. Don't let the door hit you in the ass when the good Lord split you.
Dad, wait, I ain't finished my final words. I let Moose take his final words. I mean, give me final words. But Larry, Larry, my butt hurt. You always kicking me out.
Thanks for
Guys,
coming, Shy. Love you.
have a blessed
Bye.
day, y'all. All right, Danny, have a blessed day, sweetheart, and you keep that good spirit up in you. You hear me?
Night.
See y'all later. And
You have
I'll
a
be
great one.
listening.
Hi, Danny. How you doing?
Hi, I'm doing great.
You're looking good, Danny.
Oh, God. I barely slept. I feel like I barely slept.
Well, you wear it well.
But it was yesterday's communications were beautiful. I just want you to know I was kind of backtracking and listening, like re-listening to it, because it's very healing amongst women, regardless of what state or country you're in or at. When you have a similar state of mind about the awareness of your surroundings, where you just can't hold it in anymore, and you can make connections on so many levels that are healing to women of all kinds of women. It leads you back to the ancestral knowledge that we all have within us, and our deep inner workings of our, our junk in our trunk of our DNA, where we can sift through that and find the true fragmented ways of our creator, where we came from, and we connect in this star-seated level that is showing abundance across the realms of mankind on this earth, appreciating where they came from, which is woman's kind. And there's nothing but a deep compliment to the mother of all, who was rejected by the first man, asking God, why did you create this thing? You created her. Do you see where it all plays out, where it has to be this way in a quantum level playing field, where a man can finally recognize the woman and be like, what, Christ's gonna come back for the woman? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. And you will get the kiss of death, bitches. It's like that. Feels so good to say that.
Amen. Yes. Moose, how you doing? He just walked away. I asked him a question when he walked away. Okay. I agree. I actually was worn out yesterday after that. I did accidentally hit the button, so I wasn't lying. But then the hubby came home, and life moved on from there. And I went to go bring all my stuff to my bedroom, and I go look at the time, and I'm like, 7:15. Why am I going to lay down? But it is an energy, like, in one way my energy was rejuvenated, but in another way my energy was depleted, in a good way though.
It's the growth
Yeah.
period. It's the growth period. We just had a full moon, so now things are growing. In communication form, it has to start now for the
I look
healing,
at
you
I
know.
look at it as shedding.
Yes. But why?
Yes,
Why are we
yeah.
always told to be cautious as a snake? Because when a snake is shedding in its shedding form, it doesn't connect with the earth like it used to. Now it's coming out of that crusty old body, and it's coming into its slimy, new, rejuvenated skin.
Hmm.
And this is how we code within, so without, we shed as human beings on a fucking daily.
Yes.
We have to groom ourselves. We have to be capable of grooming ourselves. And when we're not, our animalistic instincts kicks in
Mm.
as a mother of nature, and thus we see the need where it is at to fill the gap for something to want to embrace motherly, you know and thus
Before
we
I
need, we need the balancing out of a stronger body, whether
Yes.
it's mentally, physically, or emotionally, to stand in that moment with us, should we have a family,
Yes.
you know
Amen.
yeah.
Amen.
Come
So we're just
And
interviewing
really, you
a
don't
couple
shed
people.
unless you grow. Isn't that true?
That was a
You go
question for
ahead,
you,
Moose.
Danny. Oh, okay. She's coming back.
Teacher
She's
called you
coming
out,
back.
Moose. Answer the question, Moose.
No, I asked Danny, but she walked away. Go ahead.
Listen, you caused it.
Go
I
ahead, Mom.
caused the silence. Let's
Oh,
rewind
okay.
and start over again.
All right. I thought we were just letting the
Oh,
silence
Danny,
wash over
before
us
you
this
mute,
morning. And since we were letting the
Sometimes that's
silence
good,
wash
but
over us,
I felt a little weird.
I have some gratitude in my heart for you folks. Got some gratitude. It's always good to see you in the morning. Um, we are interviewing 2 people this morning right now. That's why I had to be quiet. My wife is interviewing some candidates that might be working at the hotel. So
That's awesome.
that's exciting. So exciting.
That's very exciting. Yes.
The last 3 years we had to like practically beg people to work. Now people want to work for us, just to work for us or work with us. I
That's
don't say
awesome.
people
Yes,
work
what
for
a
me.
blessing. It speaks to your faith because you're on a cross country check that you've been delayed on, which gave you a put behind kind of feeling.
Mhm.
And now look
Yep.
at what you're doing today. You're interviewing. That's so exciting.
It's rocking, dude. It's rocking. Life, life always works out, and that's the thing about my life is I've had like, a pretty rough upbringing and whatnot, but it's like everything always works out the best. Even in bad situations, like I somehow like run into the burning building and I come out and all my clothes are burned, but I'm still good.
Right.
Right.
So
Yes. Yes.
it's pretty cool. And I think everybody else, like I was listening to a couple streams earlier this morning, and a lot of them are really fear based, and like they're always like trying to keep you in like this negative headspace. And I think that's what the world wants. I think the more of us are like in a negative headspace, the more it like consumes our energy and the more it like produces more negative energy. So it's like I'm on this kick again to try to bring it back positive.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
we'll see how
You
long
know
that
what? I'm
goes.
glad you said it that way because it made me think for a second to judge the energy, like you're saying, the negative energy and the positive energy. And you're absolutely right. When I was getting irritated, allowing myself to get irritated, I didn't leave those places lacking energy, but I did have the wrong energy.
Mm-hmm.
And what we did yesterday was a combination of positive intentions
Mary, I love to hear
plus
you,
positive
Mary.
energy.
Mary, but you're going like this, Mary, and I cannot hear you, Mary.
Again, little bastards. Where's my water?
There you go. There you go. You're good.
But you're right.
I
That
swear, it
positive
sounds like
energy, like, go ahead, Linda.
I was having it at the same time, and it sounded like something was flying over, but like just blocking the signal. And I went to grab my water, and there was no water. There was the artificial, bullshit, and it didn't work.
You're so funny.
Am I still a robot?
No.
Oh, cool. So the energy yesterday, I think I felt exhausted because it is work. Even positive work is work.
Yeah.
And I did need to go to sleep early, to process that kind of energy because
Yeah.
it was great and exhausting at the same time.
You know what I find with that energy thing is that when you're in a negative energy, what it does is like it consumes you from the inside, right? And so like you've got tons of stuff inside. And so when you leave a negative place, like I could be fired up. Like when I was on the Unslaved, show a lot, I mean I would be fired up when I left. I'd be on that stream for 8 hours and I come back. What's up, Sly? And then
Wait,
I would
you know
come out
why,
of it super fired up.
you
What's
know
that?
why I'm back.
Really
Come
good.
on, man. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Come
Let
on,
him
man.
finish first, Sly. We don't like that. Let him finish first, please. Just hold it.
Well, it's about the baby. It's not really about him. He's gonna finish as soon as I give Moosey. No.
Wow.
Moose ain't going nowhere.
Really?
I have to leave. Moose is not going anywhere, so I'm quite sure that he's going to remember, right? But
we'll
this
get
is about
we'll
Moosey
give you
right
your
now.
moment of give you a moment
Thank,
of speech and clarity.
I mean, oh, we know what we got to do. I don't gotta say nothing to y'all. I don't even want to talk to y'all right now. Lucy! Hey, Lucy! Go Moosey, go Moosey, hey, hey, go Moosey,
Oh,
hey, hey, go Moosey, get it get it girl, go Moosey, hey,
Look at
hey,
that smile.
that's my girl, get it Moosey, get it
oh,
Moosey, hey, hey, that's my
oh,
girl,
baby.
that is
Oh,
my girl,
she loves
yay!
that.
Yay, Lucy, Lucy, Lucy. Yay. Thank you, everybody. I just wanted to give Lucy why he had her in his arms.
Oh, she
She's
All
says
so
right.
cute.
hello. She's eating
I know.
paper for you.
Hey, Moose, a day at a time. I love you. All right.
Love you too.
All right. Later,
Have a good
y'all.
day.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Bye,
I appreciate y'all
Sky.
letting me do
Much
that.
love.
All right.
All right, back to the negative energy thing. So I could
Thank you.
I could jump off of that stream and I could be fired up and like the thing is that that fire can last for days and months.
Mm-hmm.
But then eventually if you start looking in my eyes, like I started getting like more tired and more exhausted because it was consuming everything inside of me and like burning me up and like having this flame going, you know? And when you're in a positive state, right? And you're going in and depending on how much work you put into it, you will actually be exhausted, purely exhausted by the time you're done with your day. Like you'll put your head down to the pillow and you'll wake up the next morning and you'll be like, "Wow, what happened?" You know what I mean? It
Hey,
takes work.
I felt like that yesterday. When I hit my pillow, I was like, "Thank you, God." But when you have little ones that don't want to go to bed, when you want to go to bed, it's like
Oh, it's brutal.
you're in the limbo land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In limbo, and then when you finally wake up and you're drooling on your pillow, and you're like, "Yeah."
That was me this morning. I woke up, I was like, "Oh, come on, man."
Right. You got a wing and a prayer that day.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. You got
But
that.
it's
You got
worth
the
it.
high
It's
wire.
exercising those internal muscles.
Yeah.
I thought it was
Yeah, but
just me that drooled on the pillow.
not
Oh
just you,
no.
Larry. That's
I've
why we
I've
have
drooled on the
plastic on every
pillow so
pillow.
much that I wasn't sure if I drowned it in my coffee cup or if that was just my drool from my face hitting the pillow. Yeah.
Don't you think though that the reason why we're going down a dark path in the world is because everybody, not everybody in as everybody, but everybody in a general sense prefers to take the easy road. And it's
Yep.
easier to get fired up and consume yourself than it is to go and create something and do something and put in the work and the time and the energy.
Mm.
So Larry,
I
I have to say,
agree.
you're whooping ass out here, Larry. You've been
Yeah,
coming
Larry.
coming up every single day. You skipped a couple days because your computer was down, but dude, you've been on the path, and I'm trying to help bring more people here to the coffee shop.
There you go. I love the coffee shop.
Yes. Where
I appreciate
positivity flourishes and negativity dries
Yeah.
up.
And if anybody wants to come and play their musical instrument, I mean, come up and play that instrument.
I thought
Yeah,
You
you were
that'd
know,
be
going to get
awesome.
one in,
That'd be
so
because
awesome.
I
we
would have
need
to
we
jump
need
in there.
some jazz and
We
some
need it all.
uplifting music with some fucking frequencies that will fuck our brains and be like, yeah, I don't even need that coffee today.
Right. Like singing bowls. Like I know someone who has a singing bowl, but she taps it instead of makes it sing.
Oh
And
yeah.
I don't. To each his own. Everybody does it the way they need the frequency, the vibration to hit it to them. But a singing bowl,
Yeah.
you're supposed to go around to make sing so that it resonates through your body.
Yeah. I would love to have some. Yeah, they have stuff like that in Oregon all the time. It's beautiful.
But you can't tap it because tapping is more of an aggression. Of
Well,
course, something's going to say "ouch" if you hit it, right? So you
right.
have to go around to make the music.
It
Hey,
just it depends on how you're tapping it. I
Danny,
mean,
I got kind of a strange question for you. Have you ever heard of the Oregon Weather Rock?
no, Larry.
Oh, really? I'm surprised. It was pretty famous, probably like 20 years ago. My cousin actually invented it, and
Oh,
basically what it was is it was a looked like a hangman's noose, a little plaque in the bottom with a hangman's noose with a rock hanging from a string, and it said if this rock is wet, it's raining. If this rock is moving, it's windy. If this rock is white, it's snowing.
hmm.
You never saw that, huh?
No.
That's funny.
Where's it at, Larry?
Huh?
Where is it at?
Oh, his business went. The guy that invented it, his nickname is Bullshit and Billy. So we'll just go up from there. He had a really good idea, but he couldn't keep his mouth shut, and he fucked his own business up basically.
Yikes.
But yeah, he could have been a millionaire off of it easily if he just would have ran it like a business instead of trying to get over.
Yeah. I don't know.
Hey, look at Linda out there. She's shaking that. What is that? Some chicken feed? Oh, she's lighting a fire.
Fire.
She's lighting that fire.
Fire with the fire. You said that, I heard Catfish Billy, and I started dancing.
Yeah.
No, we got some pallets I broke down. We got to burn them up
I love a good fire. There
and
you
have a
go.
good cleansing. We're going to cleansing.
If you want to
Nice.
learn how to start a fire, we could show you. If you want to learn how to grow some
Well,
weed, we
what
could
the
show
hell's
you.
up with more than one damn match, girl?
Because
Hey,
I
don't be
didn't
hating.
have my lid on my fire pit, and there's dew down there, sir.
Whatever.
Just get
Whatever,
some. You need
sir.
some. You need some lint or something.
Got
Everybody
that
go around
morning
the.
doo
Hey,
doo.
hey, hey! I'm on camera right now, right? Yeah.
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 Listen. Okay. Okay. Everybody go around a corner and say how you would start a fire. What could you use besides a match to light a fire?
Oh, you
Rock,
can have one of those.
rock
You
and
know those
flint.
sparkers. My dad used to have these things that you
You know what
put
we use?
together and
We
they
use a
spark.
lighter. Us kids, a lighter.
A bottle of water. A bottle of
Got it.
water.
Yeah.
Who's got it? We need the lighter. Where's the lighter?
Yeah.
So
Smoke
to
them if you
teach
got them.
my kids the danger of where we live in a fire zone. I
Yeah.
took out a sandwich bag of water, a bottle of water, and a magnifying glass, and I
Yeah.
showed them that all these things, if you play with them wrong, could start a fire out here.
Yeah. My parents showed us that a long time ago too. Like with me, I use pine cones because they're like
Yep.
so all over Oregon, and they can, pine is, you got the pine tar, and you could chew on pine tar. It's very healing, and you can also use the pollen on the pine cone, and if it's a cracked pollen, it can be used for the left and right hemisphere of the brain to help bring balance.
Mm.
They
You
also
use
use,
Vaseline and a cotton ball.
yeah, that too.
Yep, yep.
Love those too.
I
Doritos are flammable too.
Yeah,
I spit on
Doritos.
my
I heard of
fire,
that
and every
one.
time I spit on my fire, it goes up, boom.
Ooh, yeah. Alcohol has a tendency to do that.
You can also use wine corks if they're the right kind.
Yeah, we were
Wine
gonna.
corks.
I was gonna make a fire last night and forgot to put the lid back on. So yeah, it's
Oh no.
down over there.
I was gonna go around and collect some pine sap and mix it with some sawdust to make some like little bricks as fire starters because I have a
Oh
bad back.
nice. Yeah.
So this way I could just put it in there. The sawdust will get it to light quickly, and the pine tar will
Yeah.
keep it lighting to start the wood. So that's my solution to not squatting that much.
All right. There you
Your
go.
American cookie got nasty.
I
Look at him.
see Anna in the chat. Hello, Anna.
Anna in the chat.
Hello.
More worried about smoking my bowl than getting that bowl started.
So Larry, I do a lot of secondhand shopping, and I found in the secondhand store a stand-up pot-belly wood stove intact
Oh, how
for less
pretty.
than $300.
Whoa.
I bought it. It's in storage in my building because my house isn't up, but that bad boy is gonna heat everything up.
That's
Probably it's
awesome.
fucked too. I had to help her bring it in.
That's cool.
My sister had a
Hard.
wood oven up in Malala. She used to, her and her husband used to live up there.
A wood-driven cook stove?
Oh, yeah. It was awesome. It's an
Yep,
old
me and my
timer one,
daughter
but
both.
it heated the whole house. It was so nice.
I have one, but I need a welder to do some fixing for
Mm.
me. So we have that too, because we were thinking about always having an alternative way to cook on the land.
Oh, yeah, you should.
And
I
with
got
all
a
this
welder
wood,
I've never even used.
Right. My dad taught me how
really
to barbecue a long time ago. You got a coffee can. You could use a coffee can, you know,
nice.
put some
Hey,
holes
Yeah.
in
I've
it.
had my propane lines freeze in my camper, and I sat over our heater with a frying pan, um, um, sauteing the meat chunks for stew
Uh-huh.
and putting the stew over the heater and made stew over one of those My Buddy heaters.
Yeah, that's awesome. I've
I
made
do
campfire pizza.
nice.
It's you can do it. You can do all kinds of things. I used to love watching DI, the Do It Yourself Network, and
Yes.
with my kids, and like how they have all these survivors. My sons, I used to come home from work, and my sons one day they they come and running in the kitchen like to greet me, and they're like, mom, you gotta see this, you gotta watch it, I can't believe it. And I'm like, what? And they're like, Mom, if we're ever in a situation where there was no water, would you drink my dad's piss? And I'm looking at them like, fuck no. But I would drink my piss. And he's like, this lady, she wouldn't drink her own piss, so she drank her husband's piss. I'm like, nice. But this was on a show on TV. And, I didn't think about urine therapy back then. But when I found out, I'm like, God, my sons were like, seriously, they were telling me something. It was like they were prophesying what was coming next. That this urine therapy thing is something, you know. And one day my son, he always had this smile on his face when he wanted me to smile, and he would always bring me a dandelion. He's like, Mom, look,
Oh,
got for you. And he'd put it in my hand with this smile that I captured one day on a camera. And when I looked at it, his eyes look like this picture of Buddha, and it's very interesting. And then one day I did this deep study on dandelions and how in ancient manuscripts, like when the kings and queens were in pain and hurting, that they would hire certain men and women who knew the root structures of the land around them and how it could heal the family. So, while everybody else is glorifying, all kinds of other things that, you know, think that are more important for them, these people paid
hmm
attention to their people's food intake, and they would heal them with the herbs. And this is what made them valuable, you know. But people will use, you know, mechanics to change an ingredient through a plant line so that they could kill these things that are naturally God-given right to partake of them, and use poison on our grounds and kill the things we need to not just survive, but be abundantly blessed children of God of this earth, you know? And it's really sad. It's sad. And at the same time, I'm glad I, you know, can even communicate that with people who see these things like myself and say, hey, that's just not fucking right. It ain't right.
And people still are in the mindset that when all this crap happened the last 2 years and I started talking about elderberry, like I even had some who used to use the word friend. I later realized they didn't know what it means.
Right.
Call me a witch because I used herbs.
Oh, I've had it all said to me, Mary.
And I get so disgusted with that ignorance
Right.
because it goes hundreds of years. So we've all heard the story of the Catholics wanting to meld the pagans in with them, right? All those bad, bad pagan people, right? The root definition that was used at the time of this occurring just meant country people.
Yeah.
That's all it meant, was country people.
Yeah.
And it's a religious institution that redefine that word to mean so many other things that people want to put negative connotation on.
Yeah.
But since when is being in nature or a part of nature some kind of stupid witchery? Because some ignorant person decided one day, hey, you know too much.
No, it's not that. It's they decided to use what was naturally given against the person and enslave them under a colonized system that would daily watch these people and how they did what they did and knew what they knew, and still, through all the bullshit, could, you know, still survive.
Yes.
And so they bared the necessities, and that's all. Why they were enraged with jealousy because they couldn't do it themselves.
Right. They couldn't figure it out. And one of their motivations, which is super funny, one of their motivations was the STDs that was going around Eurasia that they couldn't figure out how to control. And when ships saw sassafras going on the East Coast, I think it's sassafras or sarsaparilla. I forget which
Yeah,
one it is.
sassafras makes sarsaparilla. My grandma used to make it for us all the time.
Okay, so that is the right thing. And that
Yeah,
cured, I forget what STD it was, but it was an STD that was rampant through their society.
the syphilis.
Syphilis, yes. So if we start putting
Dang,
all the
sarsaparilla,
facts,
huh?
Yes.
sarsaparilla, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sassafras is more fun to say, in my opinion.
But here
Yeah.
they're coming
It
for
was
a natural
syphilis and
solution.
tuberculosis, thus the Black Plague, and that's what people are not seeing. That's what's happening right now. So if you go back to those old way of healing and start using those, you have a good fighting chance that, you know, you could get through the bullshit.
But is there going to
Absolutely.
be a list of side effects like three to 100 pages long with the
No, what's
sassafras?
gonna happen?
Actually, I'm
What's
going
gonna
to answer
happen?
that question. Hey, Danny, let me answer that
Yeah,
question
go
with
ahead.
a
You
little
go.
fact right here, okay?
Okay.
I got a book in front of me.
I also
I'm looking up sassafras.
If it
You
doesn't
too,
have
Reed.
standard reactions, I'm not going to take it.
mostly about plant. I specifically like bugs for some reason. Been like
Yeah.
that since I was little.
Yeah.
Okay, so hold on. Let me get to this page so I can answer Moose's question. 254, sassafras, edible identification, blah, 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 blah,
You know, I had a
blah.
grandma and a
The
grandpa
floral
who
can cause liver damage. So yes, there are side effects to plants,
Yeah,
and it
kind of like
is
when I
one of the
smoke weed
things
and I
that
eat everything in the fridge.
Right.
Yeah.
yeah, like sassafras should not be used by pregnant women or
Yeah.
nursing women.
History
Yeah.
more.
Danny, I still
So,
want that barbecue sauce. My birthday's coming
but
up.
check it out. Check it out. 2 page. Okay, it starts. Hold on. I have to put that down. Okay, sassafras starts here and goes all the way here. And all that information, the warning, is just this paragraph.
Yeah.
And
Wow, you don't
it's
even
not
get
a
30
list.
pages for sassafras? Jeez, these natural remedies, man. Natural
I
remedies are
ain't,
dangerous.
I ain't gonna ingest or take anything that doesn't have 300 side effects, damn it.
Right. It's like, give me those
Seriously.
fucking side effects so I can
If it
experience
doesn't
death
say
at
that my
its
liver's gonna fall
totality.
out and someone doesn't have a big old smiley face on the commercial and they're
Right?
like jumping through dandelions, then I do not want to take it.
Exactly, right? Take a lesson from the lilies in the field.
So I'm so glad my daughter has a secondary book here. So I'm
Yeah.
going to tell you the differences. This is the Lost Book of Herbal Remedies.
Oh,
I need to
nice.
buy one of those too.
And this is edible wild plants, mushrooms, fruits, and nuts. So I showed you
Nice.
the warning on sassafras in the other book, right?
Hmm.
This book here, which is more of a, let me see, this is more of a social book, finding, identifying, and cooking. This sassafras has no warning. So this is
Hmm.
my problem with what society does. They think they can take old herbal remedies and just throw it in a book with, okay, hold on, find that page for me again. Let me see.
That's half right.
See?
History of
Let me see.
thing explained a bunch of shit.
Let me see.
I have a native Bible one
But
of
that
Earth.
I got that
How
one
many matches did it
specifically
take for
for
Linda to
cooking,
actually get
so I
that
know
fire
how to cook
started?
them.
Right.
So sassafras in this book is half a page only
Hmm.
and doesn't have the warnings. Because this book, The Lost Book of Herbal Remedies, is
Yeah.
written by PhD person who did the research into old remedies. So it's a more whole, tells you the good, the bad, the ugly. Whereas this book over here that she got is more of a social when you're on vacation and you want to see what mushroom that is, you know what I'm saying, type of book.
Whoa, bro.
Look, it tells you how to make sugar maple.
I'm not saying it doesn't have a use to it. I'm saying the information in that book is minuscule compared to the information in this book. And the information in this book will prevent you from taking a plant that wouldn't be good for what your needs were. So you're understanding the whole plant in this book, whereas this one is not. It's giving you minuscule
Well,
information.
they're written for different purposes. This says the healing power of plant medicine, written by a PhD and some other person. This is written
Yeah,
for a
that
reason.
I upset
You
my
read
daughter.
this first
I have
to
to
know
alert.
what plants you're looking
Alert.
for.
I upset my daughter.
This
look, it was written by a
recipe.
pretentious hot dog, okay?
I want to be a pretentious herb. Damn it. You're right.
Are
I'll
you
read
You
it
know,
asking
to
for
the
a
screen. I'm
refund?
not
Because we
scared.
don't give refunds here.
you know what me and my mom do is that we've pissed upon the land of my apartment. We've had my son piss on it. We've took our urine and put it out there, and we've said, please grow what is needed for our bodies. So we got all these blackberries and my Honeycrisp dwarf apple tree that the apples are so humongous on it. I'm like, that's not a dwarf, but okay, unless that's the power of our urine, great. But it's always producing, and the soil is so clayey. We had to do some math work, on that and get it to a certain level. And my mom, she's the gardener, she's the everything. So I pay attention to the things she does. And we have holly trees and all kinds of trees back there on the other side where the neighbors are, but they
Danny
produce.
has Hollywood.
I do. We made Hollywood. I made a Hollywood wand one day, and the next thing you know, I heard that the Hollywood wand in Hollywood broke. So, as I did my tapping, and I melted in fire with beeswax and my urine and some of my blood, and I did a little Danny magic, and I appreciate the things that are coming about through my imagination. It's beautiful. I love it.
I love it.
Yeah.
If
We
I
all
had to
have
choose. Oh, sorry, Danny.
no, we all have the potential. We all have the potential to look at the land we live on and be like, this is not satisfactory. And we can do something with that. We can make it satisfying for ourselves if nobody else is going to pay attention.
Amen.
I mean, do you really need a PhD to be like, that don't make me feel good?
Is Nubs in the background, Larry? In the backstage?
Oh, better turn my mic off.
Oh God, it stank back there. Can finally breathe.
What does it smell like?
There you, oh
You can't-
man,
Smells like
poor guy, you
musty
shoved in that closet.
BO.
He was shoved in the closet where we put on our shoes at the coffee house.
Oh, darn.
That's why it stank. Anyways, the reason I jumped up here is because we were talking about side effects of natural herbs. What we have to realize is your body and my body are different. So the effects of those herbs are going to be different. You must know your body before you can know the plants. Then when you learn the plants, you've got to learn all the things that you can about one plant, then go to the back of the book, change plants, and then come back to that first plant because there's some shit you missed in the first place.
Are you telling everybody our research secrets? Damn it, Nubs.
Hey, my mom had the Garden of Eden herbology book way back when I was a kid, and my aunt had a library of books about natural healing remedies, and these two women together were just like, you don't fuck with those women in my family. It's like they know their shit. They were coming to some conclusions that are just magnificently alchemical inclined for our growth as their children.
That's what made me run from the family. They literally had, if I came out and said, you know what I learned? And like, say when I was in college, I took childhood health, safety, and nutrition. And I'd go have coffee with my mom. You know what I learned about this? And you know, I figured out a herb did this. I don't believe that stupid shit. I knew then and there that shit had to be left in my rearview mirror. Because I was not about to battle negativity and try to learn and try to live and try to thrive and I had to remove one of them ands, you know?
Right. I had to disown everything of mine, even my clothing. Sometimes I just had to get everything away from me and just be in that moment, because just being naked in warm water with soft candlelight was the only thing that ever did it for me. No matter how I had to put the water in, if I had to heat it up on the fucking stove and put it in the bathtub because the piping wasn't working, I did that shit, girl. I still do that shit. I know how to use a fucking scrub board to wash my own clothes since I was 16 and hang dry. When our apartments washer and dryer wasn't working wasn't taking quarters because of this fucking COVID bullshit. I fucking washed my kids' clothes in the bathtub and hung dry them because I don't have the energy to go down and put through a fucking laundromat.
I'm waiting for my husband to order our off-grid washer. We
It's so
had
nice.
one.
They're nice to have, but if you don't know how to do it without, you can't teach anything to your children about doing without and being appreciated when you have something. And even
I
though
mean,
you
unless
might
that's your
lose it,
goal. When
know,
we moved here and we started getting tools, power-driven
mhm.
tools.
I got me a saw, Mary. I'm so excited to use it again.
Oh my God, I love my tools, but my kids were so disappointed when I said, okay, you guys have to work together to cut this end off of this board. They're waiting for me to hand my tool to them, and I hand them an old-fashioned hand-driven saw. They're like, WTF, Mom? And I'm like, everyone starts from go, not
Right.
wherever it is that you want to be on that line. You start from go, and go means you do put in your own sweat. When you're running a handsaw, your mind does start going with how it's working, what the teeth are doing,
Right? You
why
don't
it's
want to cut
doing.
your fingers off. Fuck.
Hey, you
Yeah.
guys, I wanted to welcome a newcomer in chat. His name is Drop Knot. Welcome, Drop Knot. You're welcome to join in. Just be positive thoughts.
Hi, Drop Knot.
Drop nut or drop nuts.
What's up, Drop Knot? Welcome to the club, brother.
dropping knot. You're gonna have to
We're
explain
dropping
that. We're
hearts
just gonna
on you,
butcher the
brother.
hell out of it.
I thought Larry said dropping nuts. I'm like, all right.
Every once in a while, Larry's got to drop his nuts to make sure everybody knows he's the man around here.
That's right. You got to scratch them balls and give them some love. Make sure they're still there.
Tug, tug, and a
My
plug, plug.
balls,
In
my
trouble
balls,
here.
Larry. My balls got kicked up so hard that my dick went up into my vagina and opened up a portal to God's heavenly world.
You
And
guys
that's
are
why
gonna,
I have a vagina.
you
I've
guys are
heard
gonna
it
get in
described
trouble
many
here.
times, but that is definitely one description I have never heard.
Yep.
Larry's trying to. You guys are
My
interrupting
balls
Larry while he's
turned
trying to
into
tell
my
you about his
fallopian tubes.
marbles. If you rub the lucky marbles, you get a wish.
My balls turned into fallopian tubes, and those fallopian tubes, you know, they're captivating sometimes, and I have children.
Isn't that a chapter in the Bible? Fallopians?
Fallopians.
It should be. Maybe that's
It is.
but it's a lost
There
book.
might be, honestly, there might be some
down the
translation
Yeah.
to that.
Yeah.
It all connects. It all connects with what's his name?
What was it? What
Lizard
was it? I missed that part.
This guys I watch, his name's Max. He has a video on dinosaur and vaginas of lizards and all kinds of.
Oh my God,
vagina
Max Vision. You guys got to. Is it Max
spreaded
Vision?
seed all over the earth, and that's why we're here from.
Okay, I missed it. What is dropping knot? What is that for?
It's a human being on, well, an alleged human being. I don't know this individual, so
Okay.
we'll say alleged.
In between Larry dropping nuts, we got a member of our community called Dropping Knots.
Notice how Larry drops his nuts and Wolf Lady shows up.
She's like, are you talking about his nuts now?
I don't know what to tell y'all.
Don't talk about Larry's nuts, and don't talk about rubbing balls.
I digress. I digress.
I will say this. He does not have man balls. Just saying.
You guys are gonna put me in the doghouse here, damn you guys! You're putting me in the doghouse.
Wait a minute. Are you telling us his balls are from outer space?
Whoa, brother!
That's what I heard.
Or are they plastic?
Whoa. Hey, man!
No.
Can we all get out of your imagination for a second and take it back to Larry's nuts?
Hey, Larry,
Yeah, you
tell him
realize,
why.
Larry, you have like 6 people or 5 people up here talking about your nuts.
Larry, we were talking about his package yesterday.
Do your balls have
Whoa,
exploded?
what?
His
I missed
package is
that.
fucking lost.
Can you tie
Larry,
them in a knot?
What?
You throw 'em in a bow?
tell him why you don't have old man nuts.
Why do I want to do that?
I don't
If
want
you
to know
don't, I
that.
will.
That's TMI, I think.
No. If y'all are talking
Larry's
about
been doing
packages.
his kegels. That's why.
No, because when he was younger, his nuts got twisted and they had to untwist them surgically and they stitched them to the side so the balls don't drop. She did not. Ouch.
Larry,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, brother. But since we're talking about nut games, when I was skateboarding when I was younger, right? I decided I was gonna do one of those sex changes, and yeah, I damn near gave myself a sex change. I smacked my marbles so hard they were bleeding. I laid down on my skateboard and I skateboarded 3 miles home on my stomach, even
Oh my
through
God.
crosswalks.
Dude,
Nobody
I
stopped
seen
to help
some of
me or
these
nothing.
freaking skateboard accidents. I'm not even
I
a
got
man
a
when my nuts
story
hurt
for
when I
you guys.
watch.
I got a story for you guys.
I
All
didn't even
right.
tell
Wait,
my mom,
wait,
dude. I
wait,
got home and
wait.
my nuts were bleeding, and I just like put some gauze on it and I just manned up.
You want to hear something weird? Talking about that stuff. Okay, so
Oh, don't tell us about
there's
your
such a
son.
thing called the tip of a male's penis, and I'm not trying to be disgusting. I'm trying to be very educational right now. So
Oh,
I learned some things about a man's penis, and when you're not cut off, you have a skin that goes over the top of your penis.
yes.
Now, the thing I learned about myself and my body as I was growing up and a teenager, I didn't know. I didn't know there was such a thing called a tilted pelvis. But apparently, I have a tilted
Yes.
pelvis.
I
And
do.
the thing about it is I have to warn people that I'm with that, I have to be a certain way and comfortable with you. So my body won't literally cut your shit off because I have split the heads of some penises and I felt
Holy fuck. Oh, shit.
and I've literally almost popped a
Yep.
few in half. So I've
Yep.
had to warn people that's this
Why
is
didn't you tell
frightening.
this story to Brian O'Shea?
This is crazy.
Hey, there you go. That
She'd
would
be
have made
all
that
over
man
that.
run even faster.
So I have
But
to watch myself, and I don't know if men know this about women. I don't know if any other women had to deal with a tilted pelvis, but it's
yeah,
the weirdest shit. And if a woman can have a tilted pelvis, and there's such a thing called an axle or the axis,
axial.
yeah, of
Yeah.
the earth, that it was a little tilted off. Well, maybe it's because of me and my existence in this world. And
Well,
I just
that
Well,
want you to
brings
you're
know.
older than me, so it would be you. And me, I just might have tilted it a little further.
Right. Well, here's the thing: is while you're all talking and my mic was off and my camera was off, I was taking a piss in a cup, and I just want to share it with you. That's my piss in a cup, and what I do is
Pass it around. It's
I
communion
swirl
time.
it around. I swirl it around back and forth, and I tell myself, Danny, you're fucking an amazing woman, and I'd like to keep you so supple and beautiful the way you are. And thus, I become what I become because I know that somewhere out there is a love that is wonderful and beautiful and accepting of everything that I've ever become or ever was or ever anything, that I can accept myself and my way of being. And I love you. I love you. So cheers to me. Cheers to you. And I drink some.
Blessed be.
And then you know what I do? And then I dabble my fingers in it. And then I rub it on my face. Mm. And I thank God for rain, for snow, for all the wonders and the mystical aspects of alchemically designed water specifically made for me, for my beauty, for my skin. And then I get some more and I drip it in my eyes so that I can see this, purifying my body on the outside, and thus inside, I water myself. I water me. And I hold that glow of this glowing, yellowish, embering fire of creation, of waters of life inside of me. And I bless my people. And I bless those around me to just do you. And know that you're
Danny,
beautiful.
that's so important.
Know
Yes.
that you're beautiful in so many ways that if we were all to see you in your true glorious beauty of all things, my body shakes inside and trembles like with this magnificent, like, oh, the power to hold that inside me and know that I can feel the wings of birds ushering in all around me, the flapping of the wings and the caressing of the tent of my mother. I feel it. I love you guys.
Have you ever taught a class? You should teach a class on how to love yourself.
Bro,
Yes.
I just did.
She just was.
I absolutely agree, Moose. Yo, I was just thinking, people who have never heard a spirit talk would have such a non-positive reaction, not negative, just non-positive, because it's something so out of the norm for what we've all, because we're all still finding our ways out of this indoctrinated system, remember.
A little
So,
batshit crazy, right? You
They
know,
would
the
have
normal
too
folk.
much fear.
Moose. Go ahead, Anna.
They would have too much fear.
Well,
But
yes,
the
the
thing
fear of the
is
unknown that you were talking about, Anna. I saw that what you said in the chat. So
yes,
many times, the fear of the unknown is what creates the reaction in some. So listen, I'm going to take us back to something factual. When we were learning about all this COVIDity and stuff and all that morbidity and negativity and all those itties,
it is.
you see
Well,
someone go up in front of the entire country and say the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my life. I know it exists, but to hear someone say it out of their mouths in front of the whole country.
Moose is the best broadcaster in the entire world.
No,
Was that
that's
what
what they said afterwards. But what they said that startled me was we changed the definition of the gain of function test, and instantly it hit me like a brick shithouse. That's an old term Larry might
of the
know.
what? Of
They
the what?
changed the definition of the gain of function test.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So when people heard that phrase gain of function, what they did first was gain of function. What's that? So they
What's that?
started.
It sounds to me like the blue pill. Little Viagra action.
Well, listen. When Larry replaced the batteries on his bike, he did a gain of function test to see the worthiness of his work. Do you see where I'm going?
Yep.
Yeah.
So when they had the balls to say out in the open, we've just changed the definition of that phrase, it literally confirmed every conspiracy theory of Mandela, of things aren't what they used to be, of that's not what it used to mean, and on and on and on, from that community that they've always questioned what they've heard. And now to have someone so bold to say that. They don't even give a shit if we know what's going on anymore.
Hey, I have a story about balls, but hold on a second. I'm gonna tell you this outside, but I'm putting my shoes on. So talk about whatever.
Let's see, balls, beach balls,
So
golf balls, marble balls.
here's a question.
Balls.
Hey, I used to play marbles when I was a kid and jacks with balls.
I love
Who's
marbles. I
that?
have lots.
Nubs, you got a
I
question?
love Jack.
Pick up sticks.
Here,
Oh, yeah.
here's a question for everybody. When it comes to reality, is reality really real, or is it just a how do I put it? Is it just a manifestation of the DMT that we create collectively?
Is this real right now, man?
Reality, the definition is considered a state of being.
Are you for real? If
So
you're all
if
just
I
a figment of
if
mean,
my
it's a state
I'm
of being,
sorry, Miss Jackson. I am
imagination.
for real.
Whoa. Like if you're all a fragment, a frickin'
Fragment?
fragment of imaginational skills that I have, I am wonderfully made with imagination and magic.
What if this is all the
I think
dream,
it's a
Danny?
combination between.
And then when we go to
That's
sleep, it's
what I was gonna
reality.
say. Combo.
Well,
Jinx.
if I'm sleeping, please don't wake me up.
Wake me, please don't wake me.
Oh gosh.
I mean,
Better
I
mute.
question the reality in front of my face, and I don't know. When I pinch myself, I feel it. You
Why
know
do
what I'm
I
But
saying?
do you really?
Why do I feel at home every time I hear a rooster crow? Why is it in my missing cell salts am I Peter and Diana?
Ah,
Why
Is that
is
weird?
it that until we moved
You're
to
asking me
Colorado?
questions way over my pay grade.
Oh shit! No
magic.
one told.
Imagine that.
Why am I a Leo and a crab?
I don't know.
Why am
Sorry, we
I
didn't tell you
Leo?
about getting paid, Mary.
Right?
God damn it, Moose!
Because I'm a leader.
Agreed.
I'm the leader in my family. I'm a leader. And people don't understand in my family the way I lead my children in the guidance that I've been instructed to. And this is something that is so detrimental to society and government because I have to be that headstrong. I have to know. I have to wear my staff. My sword is my fucking spinal cord. And it's been fucked with, it's been tapped into.
Mm-hmm.
And you think I can't feel that and I can't, I can't figure that shit out.
Well, and about dreams, like I'm not. I've seen dreams that can't possibly be real, and in the reality I live in. And then I've had dreams like I was under 30, and I literally had a dream of being with my adult child in a camper. I'm knee deep in society under 30. I wake up like, what the hell would I be doing in a camper in the middle of nowhere with my adult child? That doesn't even make sense.
You were Breaking Bad, Mary. Don't even try to lie or hide it. I know you
Hey
were
Mary,
making crystals.
hey Mary, I asked a young man to go on a journey with me. It would help him out, it would help me out. But
Oh yeah.
there's no way that I am a marrying type of woman. Okay? There's no way that I'm gonna marry you. But you're very interesting and there's something that I need to do because I was called on this journey through the spirit and listening to the baby's dad. It led me up the trail of tears to Arkansas, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and some things happened to me there in a spiritual realm
Stay.
that that was very profound for my life, you know, to find out how strong the current of my realization of who I am,
Oh my gosh.
you know, that it led me back
Oh
to
my
the very
gosh. A
deep.
squirrel.
No, no.
Get the nut.
Yes, they do.
Larry, put me on full.
Let me see.
Somebody put me on full camera. I'm sorry.
You got to point it right.
No. I'm waiting for Larry or somebody to put me on full screen.
Oh,
Only
Larry,
Larry
put
can
her
You
on.
do
have to
that.
play yourself on full screen. You got the power, boss.
No,
You the
I do not.
admin.
I
I
don't.
thought he gave you admin.
I
I know.
know. No, he gave me moderator. Larry.
Larry,
Larry, wake up.
Larry, where'd you
Rooster Crow.
go? I
Larry,
Drop
hurry
one.
up and put those nuts away and get back here and put her full screen.
All right. Well, while we're waiting, I'll tell the nut story. My poor son. Okay. Well, it backdates when he was 1.5. He had no legs. I mean, he had legs, but he really didn't have length. And I was potty training him, and one day he forgot to put the lid up all the way and hold it, and it dropped down on his wanky. That was
Oh,
injury number 1. When he was 10,
oh,
yes,
dang.
when he learned a valuable lesson. Hold the
Oh,
lid up. That number 2, zipper.
oh,
I had to help him with that one too. Valuable
oh,
lesson. Wear underwear
oh,
or put the package away. Number 3, this is a doozy. Him and his friends were showing off for some girls, okay, at school. They came running, or actually on the skateboard, and he thought he could ride his skateboard real fast and jump over this chain. And granting, the chain was like that shape, So it wasn't that high, but his foot hit it. So yeah, needless to say, he racked his balls.
oh,
And he made them bleed. And he skateboarded home like a brave boy.
oh.
And he said, "Mom, they're bleeding. Can you look at it?" At that age, he's embarrassed because he was 12 and da da da. So I said, "I don't want to see the whole thing. I just want to see where it's bleeding. That's it." So he showed me, and I said, "All right." I said, "You're gonna need to take some rubbing alcohol and da da da." He goes, "Oh." He goes, "Mom, I can't do that to myself." I said, "Well, you got an option. Either you do it or I do it." And he goes, "Mom, I'm a real big pussy right now." He goes, "You're gonna have to do it." I said, "All right." So I helped him out, and then that night he's still really hurting, really hurting. And I'm like, okay, do some stomach massaging, and I picked up some stuff, kitchen witch stuff, and rubbed it on his belly, and his balls and whatnot. And he felt better, and that was on a Thursday. Well, I had to go to work the next morning, so
Oh,
and Aaron's like, "Man, I can't go to school, Mom. I'm really hurting really bad." I thought he was making an excuse because I figured, well, there's no way his balls should hurt that bad still.
oh
Anyway,
yeah.
well, I mean, yeah, but not to not go to school, okay? Because this kid would make up any reason not to go to school.
Mm.
So I said, "All right, I'll give you this out. All right, go ahead, stay home. Don't go anywhere. Nobody comes over." Okay. So I tried calling the house. Got no answer. Got no answer. Got no answer. my son, so I call an officer that I knew. I said, "Hey, man, can you go check on my son? And this is what's going on." And he's like, "I'm off work today." He goes, "But I'll tell you what, I'll have my buddy." He said, because he said he was already headed out. He said, "I'll tell my buddy." He goes, "He'll go check on him." But he was on shift. They found my son in the middle of the living room, naked, cuffing his stomach and curled up on the floor. And they're like, they call me, they say, "Hey, he's not answering the door, but he is looking up, so we know he's not dead. You know, you need to come home, because otherwise we have to break a window because we're calling the paramedics." I said, "Don't call the paramedics, okay? He probably seen you come in and is probably playing it. I don't know. This is just how my son is." I rush home. Granted, I was 25 minutes away. I made it home in 15. And I get there, open the door, and I'm like, "Boo, cover yourself." You know, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" He goes, "My stomach hurts real bad." And he pointed right where his appendix was.
Oh.
When he hit that rope, he ruptured his appendix, and the chain, and it had actually contained itself within this area. So he was sick and hurting, but he did not, exhibit anything else. So yeah, he racked his balls so hard that he ruptured his appendix.
Wow.
How's that? That's a good ball story, huh?
Very
Painful
easily
thinking.
done.
Yeah, well, my dad almost died from it, from an appendix rupture, similar, where he was playing ball with kids in the street and he got hit with the ball in his side and it ruptured it, but he just played it off like, "Oh, I'm a big guy, da 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 da," and he was 10. Nope. That night, he almost died because his didn't self contain, but my son's self contained itself. Okay. Well,
A big problem
let me kick off.
or
This is what I'm
part of
waking
the
up
problem with that is
Look at that.
basically we as men, well, men and women, but specifically men, we don't have to be strong anymore. So our
No.
bodies are not as strong as it should be. And when we get a hit, especially a hit in like the testicles,
Yeah.
we don't have the stomach strength to hold everything together, and therefore something has to give.
Right. Well, no, my son has always been super fit. He just went to the doctors and they said he's only got like 2% fat. And
Right.
he's like,
I don't disagree with you on that. I'm saying as a general, not necessarily in this case, I'm saying as a general situation with health and wellness. That's why when you have, like, for instance, an MMA fighter, they can take hits that would literally kill a man.
Yeah.
It's because their body has been conditioned and trained to take hits that would normally kill a man.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't take those hits right out of the gate. And if you do, while you're in training, you're just dumb. Moose will attest to that.
Oh.
You know what? It's kind of like when you're about to deliver a baby. The what the womb and the uterus do is it tightens like a fucking football in your stomach. It tightens, and it if you can bear it and ride out those waves, the body slowly opens up, and like something clicks in the hip bone of the woman, and it opens up this portal so that the baby comes out. Slick, and there it is. And it's
if your
You.
pelvis will work, Danny, because just like you, I have a tilted pelvis
Yeah.
and I could not open. So I had to have an emergency C-section.
Oh, but
What?
I did this workout from a nurse that does talk about home birthing a lot, and I listened to the reasonableness of her as a young woman who gave birth, and she was giving her story. I listened to it. I could connect with it, and the body, it just naturally, I was in such a relaxed state of mind. My body was able to do its job because I trusted it. I trusted the power that my mom gave me and
Yeah.
her spirit, that she held my hand as I was having her granddaughter. It was the most
Nice.
beautiful thing, and she helped me. She took the umbilical cord. It was kind of wrapped around her shoulder and her leg, and my mom got it off. And she looked at her and she handed her to me, and I was just like, oh my God. Like,
Yeah.
seriously.
I because I sustained a tilted pelvis from a work injury,
Mm-hmm.
and I just like I was a strong woman. I used to be physically,
Yeah.
and I was on the closing shift of Jack in the Box.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just showing you guys what I woke up to, or what I just walked out the door to.
Yeah, me
Holy
too.
shit!
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't even
Anyway,
have that.
yeah, nubs. We saw you shoveling yesterday.
Like
Anyway,
Tahoe got
That's
50
on its
feet.
way tomorrow.
Like Tahoe
so
got 50 feet, man.
so I was picking up. I worked for Jack in the Box, and I preferred the closing shift because I was a night owl.
Yeah.
And uh, part of closing shift is cleaning the fry bins and all, restocking all that shit. Well, back in the day, the fry bins used to have, like like 2 and 3 foot pieces. They
Oh,
were
yeah.
all very long and very, very heavy. It comes out that the one that I had been all these, for 6 months picking up was 49 pounds. Picked it up just like normal, turned, just like I did every fucking night. I turned and I went to put it from where it was sitting behind me in the wash area, and I turned to put it on the in the wash thing because we washed them by hand, and it ruptured a disc in my back. It bulged out another one, and it tilted my pelvis,
Oh.
and I dropped to my knees. And my boss said, "Well, if you can't do that right now, why don't you just go clean underneath the tables and everything?" After I could take a 15-minute break. That was so nice of her. She got fired, by the way. Uh, anyway, so that night I went to the emergency room, because I was raised to do as you're told. So, and I didn't want to lose my job. I said, I need to go to the doctor. She said, well, you can go after, you're done with your shift. And I still had an hour left. So I spent 20 minutes, sitting there and all. And then I got down on my hands and knees, crying, cleaning everything that she told me to. And I went to the emergency room, found out I was pregnant. Didn't know I was pregnant. They said, we can't even take x-rays. I said, why? She said, well, you're pregnant. I said, what? So they couldn't do anything for me, period. I
Yeah,
said,
they won't.
okay.
If you're pregnant, they can't because it would hurt the baby's growth.
Yeah. But she said, we can't because you do not know what you're going to do with your pregnancy. Now, I had already lost one, okay, a daughter. And I was told I could never have any more anyway. And I was like, oh, Chihuahua, go bite yourself. Anyway, um, so,
They said that shit to me before, and that's fucking a lie.
Yo, it's funny you say that, Anna, because when I was pregnant with my special needs guy, they
well,
probably asked me like 5 or 6 times to have amniocentesis. And by the
yep,
sixth time, I had to yell at them, listen, your freaking test is not going to change my mind.
Right.
Well, if you knew for sure, if I knew what for sure, he has brown eyes, he has
yeah.
brown hair, like you're talking bullshit to me. I just hate that insinuation, and I've heard it from other women across the country that they just want, they just, they don't know what we're going to do. You know,
So,
what the hell?
well,
Why can't it be about the health of the baby, regardless of the mama's decision, right?
Exactly.
right. So anyway, so um, I wound up having a really heavy bleed like about 2 weeks later. So I thought I lost her. Anyway, I didn't, and at 20 weeks I went into full labor. So
Holy
they put
shit.
me on Tributaline and bed rest. Long story short, I had my daughter about 6 weeks early. They
Oh,
couldn't stop it. And she was still 7 pounds, 3 ounces, and bright and beautiful and healthy as could be. Lord knows how big she would have been. Anyway,
Wow.
well, my son was 12 pounds, 3 ounces. So there you
mm,
go. Anyways, I
Big
wound up
baby.
having an emergency C-section after 3 days of labor. 3 freaking
Mm-mm.
days of labor.
mm,
3. So, and they only did it because my daughter went into distress. Well, I
yeah,
wonder why.
Yep,
right.
yep, yep.
Anyway, long story short, 6 months later, I had the MRI done. And not only did we find the damage, we found a needle, a closing needle from my C-section that
Oh,
they left in there.
Jesus.
See, that's what I figured that happens to my back when it spasms out. There's a point that you can't touch because it feels like a tip of a needle is in my spine.
Well, needless to say, the hospital was really, really nice. And they scheduled me for surgery, and they did the ultrasound, so they knew exactly where to go. It was
Mm.
gone. It had traveled to my appendix and was actually poking my appendix.
Oh, fuck.
But guess
Holy
what?
shit.
They did not remove my appendix. I have the scar. They
It's
went down,
probably a
cleaned everything
tracking
out.
device. They're tracking you.
So yeah, well, the MRI had loosened it up and moved it.
Fucking a-holes.
But I'll tell you
Wow.
this:
Are you a donor?
I am.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I
They want your appendix, man.
well, yeah, I have my appendix still. I have had since 3 different appendicitis, and all they did was give me medication. That was it.
Put you on a
Antibiotics.
pharmaceutical
Because
train.
you're a scientific experiment
Yep.
now.
So they didn't they didn't do shit. But oh shit, I can't open that. Ugh. I'm warming my car, so I can't um get the thingy out to clean my car. Anyway, so let's just say post surgery I had a suite, a room. Yeah, I had a room that was huge. It was my own room, and oh shit, let me turn this camera around. Hold on. And I woke up to a very, very good looking nurse. And I had nurse on staff at all times, and I had gorgeous nurses, needless to say. And me being the strong willed woman I was, I got my butt up. I said, I gotta pee. He said, no, it's because you had a catheter in. That's why. I said, no, I gotta pee. He said, all right, well, let me help you to the bathroom. I got in the bathroom. I said, okay, I'm good. So I sat on the toilet, and I know I went pee. I know I wiped. I wake up in the bed with this man between my legs putting a catheter in. I said, whoa, what the fuck's going on here? He said, you passed out on the toilet.
Oh no.
So I'm like, oh, shit. Okay. Whoops. That's not good.
Mm. I had a
Yeah.
blackout after I had gotten out of the bathtub one day, and I thought I was already in bed, but I woke up in the middle of the hallway with my mom and my brother looking at me like, "Are you okay?" But all I remember is this loud pop in the left side of my brain. And like
Ooh.
I woke up to them like looking at me, and my brother had tears in his eyes, and he's like, are you okay? Do we need to take you to the doctor?" And I just wanted to be in bed. I didn't want anybody to be around me really except for my family, because these things kept happening to me and I didn't understand it, And I'm tired of fucking doctors having to go to each fucking one that just tells you to go to another one, or tells you to go to university, or tells you this or that. So
Yes.
what I did is I went to an acupuncturist, and he gave me this third eye treatment, and he's now a neurologist up at the university in Portland, and he wrote a book on the way the circuitry of the body, and I enjoy him. I enjoy his knowing and everything. But I heard him speaking the other day that he did it's a Chinese tap, and the thing about it is that it's ancient knowledge and things like this, and it opened something inside me where I started channeling these things, and I feel very attuned to this way of healing, and it might be considered a part of AI knowing. It might be considered certain things because of the way that my the way I birthed my children and the things that happened to me personally,
Yep.
and how they so had me so fucking drugged up after going through a traumatic night just to get to the fucking hospital with a half drunk husband and police following us, and finally just escorting us to the fucking hospital because I felt like my son was coming out the side of my rib cage. And and they had, I was starting to spin, the people were spinning in the room, and I guess I had 2 rounds of something for my heart because my heart was stopping, and all this other shit that they put in my body, that all I remember is doctors being asked to come into the room, other doctors and other nurses, because they were so amazed that my son's placenta, they said, was the most perfect one they've ever seen before in their medical history. And they
See?
asked me to donate it to science. And I was like, I just wanted my baby. And I'm like, sure, go ahead.
Well, yeah,
Will you sign a paper for that? Sure, go
I did
ahead.
the
But
same
little do
thing.
I know, when they took my son away from me and he came back, and I thought I was feeling this thing in the side of my son's head, this like little nodular thing.
Yep.
And they told me, oh, that's normal. Every baby is born with one. And I'm like, huh?
What?
No. So
What?
there's this one time he was about, I don't know, 6 months. He's crawling across the floor as I'm cleaning up and doing things around him because I'm one of those mothers who like to let the kid roam around while they're crawling and just keep an eye on them. Well, he just goes around the corner and sticks his tongue in an electrical socket, and this flame goes across the fucking room, and all I hear is this baby like with his tongue sticking out trying to cry, but he's kind of shocked himself, and I'm shocked, and I'm looking at him and I'm like, oh my god, did that just happen? So I'm looking for holes all over him. I'm trying to see if there's any burn marks or holes or anything, and there's just this little singe on his tongue, and his hair is sticking straight up.
Yep.
And I'm like, did it short circuit something that they put in my son's body? It was kind of like this Matrix thing now that I look at it. But that kid, that kid is like amazing. He's an amazing young man.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Danny. I just have one last thing to say, and then I have to go.
Oh.
At 18 months, my son had his first grand mal seizure. Okay, I think I shook more than he did. Okay, I thought for sure. Anyway, come to find out, you know, we were in the battered women's shelter in Pennsylvania at the time. And they just said, oh, he must have had a fever and broke it or something. I said, no, my son didn't have anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, once we got back to California, and I took him to my daughter's pediatrician, who Dr. Matson was amazing. He's retired now. He said, I think I know what's going on, but we need to do an MRI of your son's brain. I said, all right. So they did it, and he has what they call Chiari malformation.
Mm-hmm.
And it's where our brain's in the very back at the bottom of our brains around us normally. His pooches down into his spinal column and brainstem area.
Oh, wow.
And it causes seizures. Now, he only has stage 1, luckily. But they said it was because I had to have, because there's no family history of it, period. Yeah. So they said it can only happen 2 reasons. Either there's a family history somewhere there, or surgery during pregnancy. And when I was 19 weeks pregnant with my son, I had to have, after a week of being in the hospital and on fluids and medicine, my son, I wound up having to have emergency gallbladder surgery to remove my gallbladder. It was completely impacted. They couldn't just go in and blow shit up.
Yeah.
They had to remove it completely. And they said that he died once during surgery, and they kind of just did this. They jumped him from the outside of my belly.
Oh, wow.
Cool. Just sending that electrical pulse through my stomach went to him and jumped him. And
what the fuck? That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. And they had to do it twice and brought him back. But they say that that's what it was, what caused it. But luckily he was only born with stage 1. And stage 2 is worse, but it's also common with babies with spinal bifida.
Oh.
And luckily he didn't, but he still suffers from seizures that are usually subsidized or inflammation that causes his brain to swell, and then he'll have seizures.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if y'all, I'm going to type it in text so you guys can actually look at it and look it up. It's really
I have an old friend from Michigan.
On spina bifida?
Spinal bifida.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Um,
This is called Chiari malformation. Spinal
Oh,
bifida
Kiara.
is where the
Okay.
spine is where the back is open and the spine is exposed.
Oh.
But he didn't have that. That's later stage. That's stage 4, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
right, but
Stage
the
5, they
Chiari,
die almost immediately. But
Wow.
he was
right.
stage 1.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna put it in there. Once
My
I come
friend
out.
has the Chiari syndrome. Like the
Yeah,
space, the opening at the base of her skull is big enough where her brain literally is button up
pooch
against her
down.
spinal cord.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pooch down.
I
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
the
called Chiari malformation. Yeah.
mhm.
So anyway, with that, I love everyone. I gotta go. I'm taking my friends grocery shopping for their month.
Oh,
So I
that's
love
very
you guys.
Have a safe
Have a
trip,
good
Emma.
day.
I'll see you
Bye.
soon.
Get the
Bye,
hell
everybody.
out of here and don't let the door hit you or the good Lord split you.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
You know, Mary, when I was younger, I think I was about 4 or 5 years old. I remember I went to the hospital with my parents, and all I remember is screaming and crying, and my dad picking me up from the table and running me out of the hospital. And my mom asked me, how can I remember that? And I'm like, well, the thing I want to know is it true? Did that happen to me when I was little? Did they really do a spinal tap on me when I was that little?
Wow. And you remember it.
I remember, but she hasn't really said much about it.
Mm.
And I don't know what that was about.
That's funny because I would ask when I was speaking to her, I would ask like medical history and stuff of that of the family. And it was just so weird to me that it was almost treated like a secret.
Right?
And it weirded me out. Like I walked away like, why wouldn't someone want to know the medical history, like the familial medical history?
Right.
And it's just shoved off the shoulders like it's nothing. When I go to doctors and they're like family history, I just immediately like ain't got it. Don't even try asking, because I get so frustrated. I did the asking. They refuse to give the information. It's now information I can't have, you know what I'm saying, to
Yeah.
to make decisions by.
Yeah.
When I was a baby, I had near SIDS. SIDS is sudden infant death syndrome.
Yeah.
Near SIDS is when you die and you're brought back.
Yeah.
So I had died like 3 or 4 times, but basically the doctors told my parents that there was really like I was going to be like mentally handicapped severely. And my mom was like, screw that bullshit. And she just stopped taking me to the doctors.
Right.
And she dealt with the SIDS in her own religious way. And apparently it worked because I'm here.
Mhm.
Personally, I think it was her faith and love that kept me here more so than anything.
Right.
Yes.
Nevertheless, one of the things that was different about my mom's pregnancy, though, is when I was, the doctor had checked my mom and she was not dilated at all. And she's sitting there saying, the baby's coming. And the nurse is like, no, we just checked. It's nothing. She's like, no, the baby is coming. And so the doctor, this was like at 11:30 or something like that. The doctor had made it down all the way to the lunchroom and started eating. And at like 12 o'clock on the nuts, my mom screams and she says, the baby's coming. and she's up in the stirrups or whatever, and all of a sudden, the nurse checks her, and she's fully dilated, and I'm on my way out. So they call the doctor back, and as the doctor is running to the room, this poor doctor had a resident, and it was the first time that the resident had ever dealt with any birth. Well, there was so much pressure in my mom that the afterbirth came before the birth, and it shot across the room and slapped the wall on the other side as the doctors were coming towards the room.
Shut up. That happened with my son.
Oh my God, talk about welcome to OBGYN.
No doubt, no doubt. But I personally think that the reason that I had SIDS is partly because of the afterbirth coming out first and being ripped off of me.
Ooh. Ooh.
Because it separated from me and her and hit the wall.
My God, what a traumatic birth.
Right.
Wow. I thought
Yeah, and
forceps
then
was bad.
with the time that I was out, the longest I was out was like 6.5, 7 minutes, something like that. And there was some pretty decent brain damage, but just through adaptation and just determination, I said, fuck it, I'm done with that bullshit. They kept on telling me I was special all my life, so I finally agreed with them and became special.
Hey, Nubbs. When my youngest, who's about to be 18, God bless it all, when he was 6 months old, actually, when he was born, he has Down syndrome. He has very narrow nasal and ear passages. So the natural fluid of human body would kind of get stuck because his passages were so narrow.
Yep.
So here I am. I'm not a new mom. It's my third go around, but never raising a Downs child. Of course, I do seek professional opinion on certain things before I make up my mind, right? 6 months old, I cannot clear his nasal passages. I've tried, asked the doctor. He's like, use saline. And I'm like, do I suck it out? Like, if his nasal passages are blocked, like, that's only going to sit in his nose and keep him from being able to breathe in any way that he could have. Back and forth with this doctor, and something happened. He got his own Social Security. And when that happens with a child, is they, in the state of Michigan, they come off of their parents' insurance and they actually get their own Medicaid case, so that if the parents ever do anything or don't get qualified for Medicaid, it doesn't
Fuck you,
change the
Ramsey
questioner's
County.
child's insurance. Well, in the time that happened in Michigan, he went without insurance for 30 days. In the 30 days, he did develop a cold, and I wanted to bring him to a doctor. No, sorry, his insurance is not active. So I even called the doctor out of my area, asked them if I had the money for an emergency scene, if you could see my son on an emergency basis. And I drove an hour away. They're like, yes, yes, yes. I drove an hour away. I get there, and unbeknownst to me, in the state of Michigan, the doctor runs all the names through Medicaid. I don't know why, but they saw that my son was denied. And in the state of Michigan, it is illegal for a doctor to accept monies for a child's medical care if they qualify for Medicaid. So I was turned away from that doctor's office. I couldn't pay someone. I literally couldn't pay someone to see my child. So I was forced to wait because he wasn't like sick. He didn't have a fever, I just been struggling with trying to help clear his breathing passages.
Oh, yeah.
When the insurance finally came on, it was March 1st, I think, that year. When the insurance finally came on, immediately to the doctor, like the same day I got notification. And as I lay my son, he's 6 months old, as I lay him down for the doctor to do his testing, he turns blue. My son turns blue. And I'm like, holy crap, I go to grab him up and the doctor's like, how long's he been doing it? I never wanted to punch somebody so much in my life. Every day, doc, I let my kid turn blue every day. I mean, I didn't say that, but that's what went through my brain. Well, the doctor, after putting oxygen on him, couldn't bring him back from being blue. We had to call an ambulance and go to a hospital in a bigger city. We get into the emergency room receiving. They're working on my son. Me and my husband are just like out. We're just like not even knowing what the hell's happening right now, right? A nurse turns to me and says, yeah, these guys don't tend to live long.
What?
Yeah, like in an emergency room, in a crisis situation, in the moment.
Oh God.
So when we got up, when he was admitted, he had double pneumonia in his lungs because that doctor, that pediatrician, was misguiding me.
Wow.
And that pediatrician had a Down's child. So, like, really misguided me. When the social worker came up to the room, like, man, this is a serious situation. How do you think you got there? Yes, they asked me that. They asked me how.
Of course they did.
So I turned
Because
it
they
back on them.
practice.
Yeah, that's their, they look in the mirror in the morning and practice that, right? Make sure they get that shit right when they say it. And I told him straight up, man, doctors suck. This doctor with a Down's child misguided me, a new Down's mom. Now my son has double pneumonia. And your nurse downstairs just told me to expect them not to live. How do you think I got here? And you know what? You're absolutely right. Nubs, Danny, anyone that has developed a faith outside religion is 100% right. You keep your faith in them moments. You do
Right.
not let the doubts in. You don't let what the doctor's saying. Even the high pediatrician that helped my son survive did tell me not to expect my son to come home. And we doubled down on our faith then. We didn't give it up. We doubled down because my son doesn't deserve to pay the price for anybody's decision. He's his own person and he's just a baby. And we took our son home 2 weeks later.
Wow.
But if it were up to the medical system alone, I mean, I just can't even fathom because my first surgery was 12. I said that. The surgery was caused by my glands being swollen. And they had done test after test after test before they went in to do the surgery, but one test. Because when the surgery didn't show anything cancerous or anything at all, they did one other blood test called mononucleosis, and that's what I had. So if the doctor would have been thorough in his diligence, I would have been treated for mononucleosis, and my first scar, my first surgery wouldn't have been at freaking 10 years old.
Yeah.
I hate doctors. I'm sorry.
I know there's good out there. I know there is, but fucking.
What just
You just
happened
gotta
to the
filter.
whole entire world was a veil was pulled back on the deception of the motivation of these doctors.
It is pulled back. We just don't see it. Anytime there's two serpents chasing each other, you have a problem.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
The serpent chasing its own tail, that's a different story. But two serpents chasing each other, there's something up. Like there's something up. There's something there. This is not supposed to be.
You either lay down your own stuff and it turns into a snake and gobbles them all up.
You
Yep.
said it right there. You said it right there, Danny. When you give up your power, when you give up your right to decision making, which is what we are inherently born with, is the right to decide, do we eat, do we drink, just basic rights to make those decisions. When those things are given up voluntarily for comfort, because this is what it really surrounded in, for comfort, we got a serious problem.
It's much like it was said a long time ago, when you give up your rights for comfort, or wait, no, I fucked that up. But what, you're right. When you give up your rights for comfort, you lose both.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a horrible quote on a great speech. Nevertheless, that's
Nevertheless,
what I
that's
think.
what I
Didn't
say.
stand up. It's
Yeah,
so
it's the hammer that hit the nail there, Nubs.
yeah.
And how I help my children get over moving to a different state, to a different culture, like physical uh um environmental culture, and being off the grid, like that all happened in one fell swoop. And how I help them understand is that yes, getting our own water is hard,
Right.
but being forced to have jobs or to compromise our own selves to acquire that for a little comfort in the city, this is what we fight about. We fight because my son, in his eccentricities, take other people's comfort away because they don't want to see the special needs. Get him out of my face. Like I've had to stop my research into any story of the past
Right.
because of how they've treated the young, the special needs, the elderly, the fringe
Yep.
livers.
Mhm.
Just has it made me sick, absolutely sick through all my research. And it
Yep.
all has to do with this stupid idea of comfort.
Mhm.
Well, the thing about it is, though, is what you just described. Here's the grand reality. You say it's or you say it's an inconvenience to go get water. I would say much the opposite. I would say it is convenient. As a result of that convenience, you do not have to deal with any of that other stuff.
Mhm.
It's a
Oh,
paradigm shift of thinking because, oh, yes, it's difficult to go get water. Well, it's really difficult to be on time to a job,
Right.
slaving away for somebody else's fucking nickels and dimes, and you get pennies.
While your children are enslaved into a school system that doesn't make fucking sense to you nor anybody else on this fucking planet.
Oh, it makes sense because it takes all those cents and puts them together as tax dollars.
Well, if you
yo,
look at it that
Nubs.
standpoint, but at the same time, just
Yo,
remember
Nubs. That's
what
why my
motherhood you
kids,
came from, because that's what's holding down the fort. The mother makes for the government. They carry the bodies of the babies that come in that they use against you on a daily basis.
That's why there's such an attack on females. Yeah. And the
that's
male is
why I
supposed to be
show
there
my
to
kids
protect these things.
That's why I show my kids that I'm happy to do it. Like I might come in from the at the end of a day of doing hammer drill and be like, oh man. But my children never mistake that for misery. My children understand that in that moment, I have physically done something to better the homestead, to further our future, to nurture our bodies. And I'm never going to be mad about doing that or getting the water or, oh man, I have to go fishing. You're not even going to hear me complain because I am unwilling to pay the costs that society has put up to have an easy way.
It is easier, though. That's what I'm saying. Your way is the easier way. It's more work, but it's easier.
Yes. Well, no, I agree on that. But you know what I'm saying? I explain to my kids so that they understand my point of view because right now in their life, they're growing up with that decision in front of them. So I wanted to show them, like for me, going to get water is easier. Even if I was not disabled, it's easier to go get my own water than to pay a company to do it for me their way, not my way.
Well, hey
I'll agree
Mary,
there.
I had an 83-year-old man just tell me the other day that they took mother out of the workplace.
Huh.
He wants mother back in the workplace. And this is coming from a man who was held by military men, held back him from his mother. Why they allowed him to watch her be raped in front of his face.
Mm.
Sounds
And
like a European.
that's how life is in wartime mannerism.
We've all been at war since our inception. This country has
Yep.
not seen a day of peace.
No.
Yep. And you know
Hey,
what's
I
funny,
got
Nubs?
No
what's up?
mother that's walking this planet has had a day of fucking peace.
Oh, that's lovely. Here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, is that what I think it is?
Yep, just out on the street.
Nice. Nice.
Anyways, I'm to my destination. I gotta go. I'll catch you guys later.
All right.
Peace
Peace
and
out.
love, Nubs.
Bye.
Peace out.
Wow. You know,
As long as they can keep that separation, the yin yang, the mom, the dad, the male, the female, as long as they can keep doing that, their system's working for them.
you know, earlier you guys were speaking of, you know, the jail system and how you can but and get TVs and a college education and all this shit. You know, and they have work for them to do where they can make 25 cents for each piece of work that they do.
Mm-hmm.
And this even happens in, you know, the facilities where they hold the mentally insane. And yet these facilities lack any kind of nurturing of mother's nature for any of these men to get out. So they hold them in these cold rooms with this bullshit that goes on in there because of sexual depravity of mankind and womankind. You know, I've thought about this for a long time. I even asked a Mason man, I said, how come, you know, that's allowed? That's allowed. But yeah, these men are women. There's no gardening system to support that within inside of itself. There's no, you know, cows or chickens or anything for them to be like, look, if you guys want to eat in this facility, you're gonna have to make something grow. You're gonna
I
have to
think
you're gonna have to slaughter that cow yourself. You're gonna have to pluck that chicken if you're really that hungry. If you want garden vegetables, you're gonna eat the garden vegetables, great. You're
mm-hmm.
gonna have to learn how to be compatible that way.
You know what I learned recently?
And then to come out of that, they have so many skills that they could be abundant. It can manifest abundantly for everybody else.
I'm glad you went there because I learned something recently about where I grew up.
Right?
So there's a town near where I grew up called Middletown, New York.
Mhm.
Inside Middletown, New York, there's a psychiatric facility of the system. But before that, in the 1800s, there was a different psychiatric facility in Middletown, New York. This one was nature based, human nature, plant based. The things they learned. Okay, so some of the patients that would go in there for various reasons, they had the opportunity to learn to play instruments, sports, like the whole art like avenue of the human being was open. There was like a bowling alley there too. There were people, I think men, because that's who the only ones who play baseball, but there were men who were literally recruited into the mainstream baseball from this facility. And so as I'm hearing all of this, I'm thinking, I wonder why they wouldn't want that out. Why is the naturopathy psychiatric facility in Middletown, New York, that ran for over 100 years? Why wasn't that replicated? Why don't they have healing centers for abused children? Why don't they do this? And all those questions were just signposts walking down the avenue of understanding exactly what the system is. They could call the system good and it's for you and put your ducats in all day long, but most of us who live in truth can see it for the truth that it is. And it's a giant slave like manipulation of the human being.
Yes. Because, good Lord, if you touch that nasty thing without a condom on.
Mm. Good Lord, you have a thought that already hasn't been stamped of approval from society. I mean, think about it, Danny. As we all grew up here, and as we grew up, I'm sure those of us open minded people have said quite mind boggling things for our youth. And instead of that part being nurtured,
Yeah.
and spoken about, it was told to be hidden. It was told it wasn't accepted, or who wants to hear from kids? Kids should be seen and not heard, and yada
That's
yada
how it
yada.
was in my family. That's
That's how
how
it
it
was
was.
in mine
Nobody
too.
had time to hear anything, but they all
Hmm.
had something to say.
Same here.
Everybody
As
has
I
something to
say,
fucking.
not as I do.
Yep.
I have a strong-headed brother who's, considered a schizophrenia, and every time I'm around him, I'm not sure who I'm talking to, but I love him. I love him. But the thing about it is, when I'm around him and he starts with his strong headedness towards me, and I feel my dad, like my crotch literally starts bleeding when I'm around my brother. And I just look at my mom and I remember, and I look at her and I say, Mother, your son. I said, Mom, I made sons. I'm going to go take care of them. And I know you got this, right? You got that. I love you. I love you both. But I got to go. I got to go do my thing.
I think our own gut instinct to do that is so very important. So as I left New York, I wouldn't do this for Oscar because his perpetration upon me as a person was way too severe to try to band aid, because that's all that I would be able to do is band aid it. So I then tried to just accept my mom for who she is. Some people can't change, you just try to accept what you can. Because so many people were browbeaten to be about honor thy parents and you have to love your parents and blah, blah, blah. And they were so forceful about it that of course, I rebuked anything coming at me that aggressively, right? But I did think, because I do ponder if I'm in error, 'cause I'm not a perfect human being,
Right? My mom,
and
then,
so I tried to accept her. I
right?
really, really just tried to accept some people. That's all they could ever be, and that is the best them. But
My
my
mom,
gut was fighting me, Danny. It was fighting me so hard that it was making me sick.
right?
Until I decided, like one day, I was moving out of that poison well, black mold house I was telling you about,
Mm-hmm.
and packing up a family of 5. It wasn't easy. My mother called in. I couldn't answer her call, so I let it go to voicemail. And she got absolutely pissed, as narcissistic assholes do, because I didn't answer her instantly.
Mm-hmm.
So when I did get a chance to call back, I got the voicemail, and all I said was, sorry, moving sick, yada, yada, yada. Woman ain't never called me back ever after that.
Right.
And I understood that you only get so many signs,
Mm-hmm.
and then if you don't do something about it, I'm part of the blame, right?
Right.
So in that sign, I was like, I'm done. My family, my womb, my family, my mate. Number one, don't try knocking on my door. And I didn't confront her or anything. You know what I'm saying? This is just my own motivation, my mantra of just getting over my mom, who is just not going to be the mom that I want.
Yeah.
I'm glad I did that. So that was in like 2015, 2014, maybe 2014. So we're talking like 3 years later now. I have one cousin I continue to talk to. She goes to ask me about my experience with my parents. She's like, nobody talks about this, and I don't understand it. I try talking to other people. They won't answer my questions, and I don't want to bring stuff up for you, but I'm still in the family, so I just want to know. And I totally got what she understands, what she said. She said, I am a mom with children. If there's a perp in the family, I want to know about it, right? So I told her, I'm like, hold your seat on, man. Put that belt over the shoulder and the waist.
Right. Buckle up.
And
All
I
right.
told her, and now disclaimer, my mother for years was considered the sweet aunt. So I'm coming up against this, right? So my cousin hears this and was like, OMG, WTF, are you serious? Like she cannot she knows I'm telling the truth, but she can't wrap her head around what she knows of the family and their actions.
Right.
So in respect, she asked me, like, do you mind if I call her? And I'm like, I don't mind, but I mind in a way that you might walk away hurt. Like that's the way I mind it.
Well, that's how it
So I
is,
said,
though, Mary. It's like that.
well, so I
It's like
prepared her,
that's
like,
not my ouch. That's just ow. You know.
right, right. So I prepared her. I let her know. And of course, I'm against the sweet aunt. So she's like, yeah, I could hear the whatever in her voice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, a few days later, not maybe even a week, I think some time went by. So more than a few days, less than 2 weeks went by.
Mm-hmm.
And I get a call from her. And she is bouncing off the walls, Mexican bean style. Like, I'm like, dude, calm down. Calm down. Instantly, I knew where this was coming from.
Mm-hmm.
So I got her calm and I'm like, it's okay. She doesn't drink or smoke. She got 10 kids, Danny.
Jeez,
She's a mama.
that's a mama
And
bear.
I got her calm finally. She's breathing. She's smoking a cigarette. And I'm like, what happened? Please don't tell me anything happened to the kids. And she's like, no, 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 no. Everything's fine. But I called Auntie. And I'm like, okay.
Excuse me.
And she's trying to dance her way around the important part of the conversation, right? And I'm like, yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, what are you not telling me? And she's like, I'm like, listen, it's my mom. Whatever you have to say is not going to surprise me at this point. So I don't want you to keep it in your body. Like, whatever it is that's upsetting you, please regurgitate it.
Right.
She took a couple minutes. She's breathing in a couple times. You could just feel her like just building up. And she's like, she said you asked for it. And I was like, ooh, of course, I can't. I can be prepared for whatever ball is thrown at me 100 miles an hour, but it's going to give you a oof, right? So I took a moment and I'm like, that just makes me sad. And she's like, what are you talking about? Aren't you pissed off? A part of me, that little girl inside me is raging right now, but it's not a surprise. This is why God tells us things so that some things won't be a surprise and they won't have an impact from hell. And I understood who we were talking about. So I said all that to say you have to listen to your instincts. They're so important to listen to your instincts and not be guided by the misperception or misbelief in one's talent or opinions to rule your life. And Danny dropped out, so I'm talking to you guys.
My roosters are crowing like ridiculous crowings.
There ain't something dead around you, is there?
No, except these eggs.
What are you planting? You're mixing some. Oh, you're cooking eggs outside, you dirty birdie.
I
Look
already
at you
cooked
enjoying life.
it. We already cooked that.
Wow, very cool. I love doing that.
Yeah, I was listening to y'all. So, yeah, I
That's
got
awesome.
hungry.
Now she's doing a damn moose. She's making us hungry just like Moose did
Yeah.
yesterday with those hamburgers.
And I just ate a freaking homemade sausage McWaffle thing. So, and just seeing that makes me feel like I need to eat more, and I know I don't.
This is better than a food commercial.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we gotta
For
pull these eggs.
real.
Who says it isn't a food commercial? So there.
A food commercial for your own eggs and venison hamburger meat. Yeah.
Oh, yes. See, that's why I wanted the cuny pig so that I have that extra fat when I
I
go
don't know if you
hunting.
can honestly say hamburger meat because it's not. It's venison, ground venison. I don't want to insult it, you know. All right, we gotta see. I made these. Can you see that? No. I made these, so I took a regular pot holder and I folded it in half and sewed it up, so I would never grab a cast iron again.
Oh my God, did that go over your cast iron handle?
Perfect. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
that's going in my camping kit now. Holy crap.
Yeah, especially if they get a hole burnt in them. That's what gave me the idea at first. And then that's why I've been able to go in and out of that pit right there.
That is a fabulous idea.
Isn't that
I was carrying
cute?
welding gloves with me.
Yeah, once in a while I have a cute idea. So yeah.
I like that idea.
Stop. Save the flesh. That's what it's
Yes,
called.
for sure.
But yeah, we're just gonna let all this burn off, and then I won't have to clean my pan. My pan will clean itself.
And no mess in the kitchen.
Yeah, but the chickens might be rolling up on me though. Gotta watch my back.
Don't bend down and pick over a $5 bill. They might crawl right up you.
Oh, they were around earlier. I should just let that sit on
Hi,
my.
how you doing?
Whew. I think those grease just lit. Oh.
I'm
I'll
just
tell you
popped in to check.
I'll tell you how much of a dick my dog could be. I had a friend here a few days ago, and they were visiting me, and so they decided, they're like hungry. I'm like, well, make yourself a peanut butter jelly sandwich. So they started to make themselves a peanut butter jelly sandwich. They spreaded the peanut butter on the bread. They went to go to the fridge to get the jelly, and my dog came over and grabbed that piece of bread right off the fucking counter and ate it.
Oh,
Wow.
He knew he could push them around. He knew that they weren't going to say or anything or do anything.
So many people in my family used to think I'm like this overabundant mom until I showed them the power over the dog. I'll
Thank you,
hold my
Lord.
sandwich down on purpose just to taunt a dog to see if they forgot their lessons. Because I don't hit them or anything. Like I use the power of my voice and I make eye contact with them to show them like I'm the top dog in this house. That's my son, that's my daughter, and that's my husband. Mess with them, I'm gonna top dog you. Like so we made kennels that we call the chokey. If anybody's
Well, yeah,
seen Matilda, you know what the chokey is.
there's times I've had to grab my dog's snout and just look him right in the eyes, just like, dude, I'm not fucking around. And when I do that, he'll put his head down and give me this real sad look, like, I'm sorry, Dad, I didn't mean it, really.
There's Danny, you're back.
Sorry, I got cut off. My daughter hit the phone and I was trying to change her diaper.
Oopsie.
We're into potty training lessons, but she's having a little hard time with it. So I'm just like, all right.
My
We'll see.
granddaughter was got a little stuck in that's called the anal retentive stage, and yeah, that's an actual like phrase.
Yeah.
And I never saw it in action until my granddaughter went potty training,
Yeah.
and she started normal time until we all got excited about it, and that excitement made her be like, "Okay, I'm not doing that no more."
We've been watching these little cute shows and cartoons about it, and I got her some training underwear and stuff, and she's kind of like, she'll do it for a while, and then she'll just like, she's like, no.
Yep, that's like I call it the yo-yo stage where they try the new stuff out and like, yep, nope, I'm going back to this other stage. I like that other stage.
Right. The thing about it is I haven't, been at that stage for like 14 years, and I'm just like, dude, this is so weird at 44, and your dad isn't here, but sometimes I look around me and I just kind of like, dude, I hope you get to see this fucking shit because this is amazing. This shit is amazing, you know.
I know what you mean only because the downs tend to take longer potty training. Some of them never even get it. I was blessed, and my son got it finally about between 8 and 9 years old, and that made me 43 years old, still potty training.
I wanted to welcome Erm into the chat. Hope you're having a good day, Erm. Good to see you again, bro.
Yes, glad you came by.
Now, everyone don't speak at once.
Okay, we gave that moment. Now we got to start talking again. We gave that moment.
I ran in to get another skillet.
Another skillet. What are you making now?
Oh no, we're just gonna clean that bad boy up. Somebody
Oh,
made dinner and left it like a gravy kind of dinner. So that wasn't very nice of him. So
He says he's
someone,
ooh.
on. Erm says
what?
he's on lunch break, and it's been a crazy busy week.
No, that's straight up rude to leave my pan like that.
Yeah, and cast iron. Oh no.
So
So
we're
now
good
Yeah,
you
though.
gotta
It's all
you gotta
good.
cook all that off now, huh?
Yeah, it's all good. We had to resurrect the lid the other day, or like a week
hey,
or so ago. Remember? Because somebody wanted to keep cooking rice with the lid. Oh, anyway.
Oh man. And the lid got moist and rusty, right?
Yeah, because nobody they didn't wipe the moisture out and then store. Yeah, it is all good though. I'm on top of it now. So
Right, right.
telling you what, food cooked out like that tastes so much better.
Now she's bragging about it, guys.
Stating an MF fact. I can't
But
wait for your temperatures to warm up so you can get your griddle on, your grill on.
yeah, I have to reseason one of my cast irons too.
Your grit. Yeah, your griddle. Your griddle. Jesus, grilling. Somebody
I
save me.
really I wanna drive up to Freedom's and borrow his cast iron waffle maker.
Dude, did he say where he found that?
At a secondhand store, which made my job even harder because there's so many of them out here.
I know, I haven't been in a while. I need to go. I got these someone selling their shit on the side of the street like a quickie yard sale. And they were
Nice.
all rusted. I came home and I started a fire and I cooked them for about 2 days, and then I restarted over and reseasoned them.
Are you far away from your phone? Cause your mic is low.
I was told to turn down my speakers, so I'm on my turn down my speaker. My new tablet, I was asked to turn my stuff down. I'm
Oh, well, you
loud.
have to turn it a little bit up because I could
I
barely hear you.
do. Okay. Hmm. Let me see here. Okay, now you got me touching stuff when I can't see.
I turned you up already.
Did you? Good. Is that
Oh,
better?
that's better. Yes, much better.
Yeah. I think I was in the middle of a project and I was hot micing it, and yeah, Larry had to save me.
I'm a loud talker, so I turn my mic down below 50%.
Here he comes to save the day.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
welcome, welcome. Howdy, howdy. Puff and pass.
Yeah, we have an actual second day of overcast skies. It's almost weird.
I'm not. Where's my camera? See, I really am having trouble with this overcast on my phone. Oh, there you peoples are.
Yeah, I
I,
see you got nice skies out there. Couple
I have
trails.
weird puffs that are kind of, well, they're going north to south. Want to see them?
Yeah.
All right, let's see them. I'm kind of neat looking.
Yeah, I see them.
I call them feathers. When the wind hits them the right way, they'll feather out.
Nice.
No, it's not nice, but I mean, it's entertaining, right? I think it's that stuff they leave behind.
You
That could
know
have
it is. You know it is.
been, right?
I've been watching the clouds come over mountains for the last almost 6 years, and they don't look like what they say.
I don't know what these are. They're pretenders. They're
Yes.
clones. They're clones for sure.
So an overcast day for me. I'm loving it. No bright sunshine. I mean, it's not cool for the solar, but we have like 300 plus sunny days a year, so I appreciate the ones that aren't that sunny.
So can you see the other ones that go opposite, like a tic tac, like a grid, and then they're spreading out?
Yep.
I don't know how long Larry plans on letting us play in here, but in a little bit, you guys ain't gonna be able to see this because it's gonna fill in. The grid
That's
will
what I'm
fill.
saying. I
Show
don't
us.
know if this overcast
Show us.
cloud is natural or not.
Show us. I'll put you full screen.
To what?
You gotta
Show us.
My
show us so he.
imagination again.
Yeah. I'm a
Yeah,
slave driver.
damn me. So I don't know if that's any good news or bad news for y'all. They're planning something. I'm just not quite sure what yet.
Yep, we all feel it.
The biggest question is who's really producing these fake clouds? Is it our government or is it the things that hide in them?
Yeah, it's like who's dropping the pennies?
Hmm.
Because almost every time I see a fake cloud, especially my son gets these pictures of all these things that are hidden inside these fake clouds. It's kind of weird.
Well, I did that several years ago. Yeah,
Well,
I'm
isn't it
past that now.
funny? Isn't it funny when they talk about climate change and weather, they never ever talk about the human interference and such.
What are you talking about? The humans don't interfere in any way, shape, or form in anything. So there. Ha you've been
Hey,
told.
I did a rain dance last year.
Well, we're due. That's all I'm trying to say out here.
All right, next time you do a rain dance, I want to see video proof, damn it. And then I will use it against you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Some interesting dancing on YouTube lately.
I miss
Yeah,
dancing.
I only charge $1.99 a minute.
That's it.
And 1-800 hour again.
Hmm.
Hey, booby, you
I
want
used to
something?
dance to music with my kids all the time. It makes me sad that I shouldn't do it because it hurts.
A venison that went to my head.
Uh-uh.
Uh-huh.
That damn natural meat.
At least I held my tongue this time when I opened the package and I saw that real blood. Last time I was making a lot of noise, let's just say.
I remember that was funny.
The whole house was like, "Why are you reacting that way?" I'm like, "It's real."
Natural meat is not what they want you to think it is. It's so much better.
And I don't like to season my meat right away too much. I like to season it during and after. Like right before you pull it, not after,
Mm.
like on your plate. Which I had to get over being a cook because I would be offended if somebody immediately grabbed the salt and pepper. Why I'm getting loud, I don't know. I apologize that for the headset
You're
people.
okay.
Immediately grabbed the salt and pepper without even freaking tasting the food. I was like, I used to call my family on that shit all the time, and finally I just gave it up. I was like, well, some like more salt, some like pepper, some like both. Just each palate's different. I had to accept it. And then I don't know, like I tried to cook towards their palates.
That's why I always put salt and pepper on the table because I cook for the family's palate, and we don't use a lot of salt.
I
I cook
don't.
a little bit enough.
The way the meat's supposed to cook and the flavors that the meat can produce, I shoot for that. So
Right.
I don't know. I was doing it wrong. Hey, we know there's a meat specialist out there. He should chime in.
You
Calling.
better be careful because you've said that word twice now, and you know what happens if you say it 3 times.
Yep, you know it.
Done and done did that. Did you not hear the third one?
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
Danny's got
I
my
think
back.
I
That's
think
like lighting a joint without telling your friends. They just happen to show up at the right time.
Right.
I think tomorrow we're gonna have to give Linda a mellow pill because she's just been on fire the last couple days.
I love it.
Hey, it's spring. I don't know what to tell you. This is me.
Linda, if you keep bragging, I'm gonna have to come see.
It's snowing here. I don't know if you could see it.
It's coming your way, I promise.
Yeah.
It
So
won't
let's
come
see
my
all
way
these
for
fake
another
clouds.
2 months.
Got geese crowing
I
over
heard
here.
I heard them geese earlier.
Hmm.
Let's see here.
Dude, the moon was so amazing last night and this morning.
That too. I saw that moon last night.
Well, look at the circle around the cloud there.
Yeah.
See that?
It's a blue light special.
You getting
Yep.
a lens flare.
Oh.
You got a lens flare going.
Yeah.
I was trying to get AI's attention. Ooh, very nice, baby. You can down.
There's this guy that just spoke about the sun and the frequencies that are changing inside the sun and how it relates to the way we see things and view things as humans. And if you calibrate your body with the moon and the sun and stargazing, that's your chart. That's your system it will connect you to.
When I see
Yeah.
drones in the sky, them drones that take pictures or whatever, we just automatically give them a middle finger. Just like thanks for being in our sky, assholes.
Right?
Boy, you're so obstinate.
Not yet.
I love it because I can give you guys shit and y'all know I'm just playing with you.
Well, you weren't lying. I can be obstinate.
Damn it, I hate that when that happens.
Goddamn truth smacks you in the face.
Watch out. Yeah, I like to infuse my water with like tons. Where's my
Nice.
Ooh, that looks yummy. Are you making honey or lemonade?
well, it was lemonade. Now it's just lemon water. I just keep adding.
You know what? These ladies at this herbal shop, they make lemonade with lavender and maple syrup, organic maple syrup, and it's so delicious. Oh my god.
And
Mm,
there's cucumber and something that they drink a lot here in my
Oh
town.
yeah, cucumbers.
yep.
Oh,
Mm.
so good. And, my roommate brought these home off of one of the neighbor's trees. They were gigantic. I saved the seeds.
Nice.
I don't know if you guys can hear that. That's my water machine. Well, yeah, water cooler.
That's cool.
But yeah, I don't know. It just tastes better with a little flavor in it. I'm not a big fan of water. Now,
In the summertime, I do that because we don't just need water as a hydration. So I'll put the lemons, I'll freeze them and coat them with sugar so that we can put them into our water and we get it's raw sugar. So we get a little bit of that natural sugar and with the oils, because I leave the rinds on.
Yeah.
And at least we're getting oils and sugars with the water because there is such a thing as drinking too much water. And if you're still feeling dehydrated, you're dehydrated from a different element.
Yeah, that's true. I always have to remind myself because I cleanse with the diatomaceous earth, and so like, yeah, I always have to remind myself to drink more water or more urine or whatever.
too on that one. But like this
Mhm.
stuff, this where's my camera? Oh my god, somebody educate me. This
Okay, yeah.
bottle stuff gives me heartburn. There's some in it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I came in here for something, y'all. What the hell did I come in here for? Oh, to show you my sugar. Like anybody gives a fuck. My people give a fuck. Okay.
Yes, we do. So show us. Yes, that's what I use. Yes, Moderna raw sugar.
Down, I make my own simple syrup.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then that I put that in the lemonade, but it's diluted now. There's no the sweetness is what's already accumulated on the rinds, I guess.
I
Yeah,
work
because I'm
for a sugar company in Michigan, and I'll never buy white sugar again.
no,
If you
no, we don't do. I don't do white sugar. Yeah.
Dude, the smell alone of the process from sugar beet to white sugar is, oh man. I had that as a security guard. We had our own building, and if the candle wasn't lit when I got in there, it was lit instantly because that smell is enough to make anybody sick. There's just no way to. Ugh.
Yeah, I can't say I've experienced that.
Being security guard, I worked for quite a few productions. So some food, some plastic, stuff like that. You quickly realize what you like and don't like. I didn't eat chicken for 2 years after I saw how they manufactured it.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
That was a terrible experience. One night, guys, not even a week. One night at a production. It's a big company. I forget which big company it was.
Yeah.
But they don't call it that. They just tell you go to yada yada place. You don't even. If I'd have known it was a chicken producing company, I probably would have not gone because I had had sinus surgery the year before. So my sinuses were wide open to receive all of that between the dander from the feathers all the way to how it's produced. 6 hours. 6 hours I was sick to my stomach. Only time I walked off a job ever in my life.
Ooh, that looks so much better. Burn out there,
The cool part when we do our processing of the chicken is we are at the top of a hill and the wind is pretty good every day so that won't become a stagnant smell. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm moving all the food back in there.
That's the only part about cooking outside, huh?
Good. You get you have the excuse of the pan is cooling down, so you kind of get to, you know, I don't know. I like it. I like it.
That's what I miss from not going on vacation last year. We've been trying to make ourselves like, why aren't we going on vacation here? This is where we want to live now. We want to explore. So after 4 years, we finally took a vacation, 5 years, up to Gunnison, Colorado. Twice even in 1 year. That was great. The pictures are just phenomenal.
Look at this weed. It is got purple in it. Oh, can I do that? I'm sorry, Larry. I wasn't even thinking. Zoo. No one saw that. After all, it's legal in my state. Just saying.
It's legal in mine. It's legal in Larry's, as far as I know. And Danny, you're in Nevada, right?
Larry ain't kicked me out yet, so I guess I'm good.
I'm slacking on my job. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Somebody isn't moderating the moderators. What the hell is wrong with you
What is
people?
going on?
Come over here and watch this shit.
Bruce Cass is
Lucas,
back. How you doing, Bruce?
Casimir is back in the room.
I'm gonna mic up.
Excuse me. Bluegrass and Jazz is back in the room. Hello.
Hello.
So this is my downtime. My downtime starts in October and ends about March, April-ish before work starts going outside. And then it's go, go, go until the garden's in, the new pig pen's done, move the pig pen, put a new garden in, build the second spot for the chickens. What else? Hopefully the year. That's what's on this year's calendar to do.
Okay. Yeah, this bad boy died. Yeah, no more juice.
I really need a cuny female pig. And I connected with someone last week. They messaged me. And when I said I needed a cuny girl, how much? I didn't get no message back. Okay, so why would you message me if you had no intention of ever messaging me yet? Like, that's weird.
Yeah, that's unless they were like checking multiple places and one answered back or something. I don't know.
Well, she put it out that she had, she had a big litter of piglets. So I wasn't late to the party, you know what I'm saying? But if there were no more, then say there were no more or something, right?
Right. I know a lot of people don't take it down after they're gone. That's
People
how
are weird.
that happens here a lot.
If it were a newspaper ad, they'd take it down immediately because they wouldn't want the calls, right?
You would think.
How does not transfer over advertising anywhere else? If it's not for sale anymore, you don't leave the damn thing up.
Not sure.
So I'm still on the lookout for a female pig. One has to be cuny female, and the other can be a different breed because a lot of people will breed cuny with a different type of pig because of the fat content in them to make a more meatier baby.
Where's its origin?
Cuny?
Yeah, where are they from?
Crap, I don't even know if I remember. I did so much research on it. I
Are they
know they're the only
sorry.
I know they're the only quote unquote natural mini pig. So all the other teacup and mini pigs you see out there, those are GMO'd. Cunies are the one, it's a potbelly, is the one breed that has not been manipulated to be small. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Because I did a lot of research. I wanted a pure breed. I don't want something that was mixed that I have to care for the different types in one person. I want to do that on my own farm, you know?
Right. Oh.
Oil that thing, damn it.
You hear it too, huh, Larry?
Get that time 3-in-1 oil out and oil that thing right now, girl.
Nah.
Hoppy choppy.
Alright, I was trying to get my ass some shade, sorry. My umbrella's a little dry.
All right.
We don't want to hear excuses. We just want to see assholes and elbows.
Guys, funny.
Oh, better. Much better.
I need spring to come. I can barely contain myself. I have so much to do.
So
Like
when you get out there and start doing all the work on your land, you need to film all that and show it to us when you're done.
Yeah.
okay, I could do that. The first one's going to be moving the raspberries, and that's what's killing me is that this is the perfect time to move them. But if I move them now and a frost comes, those that it'll put them
It's
in
hard on
jeopardy.
the root structure.
Yeah.
Yes. So I have to sit on my hands and wait because that's our future. I have two, maybe possibly more blackberry bushes, and we get low blood sugar. So I have to make sure that there's something naturally sweet that we can grow for ourselves, for our health, you know?
Right. At least
All
you've
of
been there for a while now, so you've got that down. Know when you can do, when you can plant stuff and when you can't.
right, that's why I'm trying. Like, I'm still fighting the anxiety, as you guys can see, but I'm not doing it. I haven't gone outside to do it yet, you know?
Well, because it's just going to be basically wasting your time.
Or possibly killing my plants, and that's a lot of hard work. And I think they're about 2 going on 3 years old. Don't want to interrupt it. I definitely make sure all the planets are aligned when I do it, kind of thing, you know?
No doubt about it.
That's the tricky part of getting off the system. And because that's how the system makes it easy. Like, what? It's hard to start your seeds. Hey, come on in. We got a plant for you. You don't even have to worry about it, and hop, skip, and a jump later, and you're totally dependent on somebody else making your plants for you.
Yeah, and paying 3 times the money you should.
Exactly.
Where'd those seeds go? Shit.
I ate them.
I told you not to touch the
Larry's
seeds.
medicating again.
Yeah, but you see that's one thing I never do what I'm told. I always do the opposite. So just
What?
remember
We were all rebels.
that's right.
But you
And,
have causes.
and I'm sticking to it. No lifelines needed.
Causes and effects.
Fib, you didn't touch them.
So my
Just did.
blue dream didn't pop up. I'm trying not to
Oh,
like jump the gun on it.
I
But
like
you
that.
know what did pop up? I found a couple of my Gorilla Glue seeds that I told you I had gotten from last year. Remember the puppies knocked over my first starts? I found some more. So my Gorilla Glues popped up. I got 5.
That's
Does it
cool.
actually produce glue?
It's pot, you goofball. So if you're asking if I'm gluing my mind together with it, then yes, I am.
Well, no, I never. The only Gorilla Glue I've heard of is this, stuff you buy at the store. So I didn't know it was a plant and what you could do with it.
I think it's probably just something someone made, right? On their, and was able to propagate the seeds and create their own strain. Because it's called Gorilla Glue number 4.
Mm.
Is it weed?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's a shame that we had all those fires in Oregon up at, a few years back. It's a shame because a lot of the farms got burnt, a lot of property got burnt.
Danny, I really listen. I think it's their intent because the
I know
same year,
it was.
the
There's so
same year.
much corruption, man.
Well, that's it right there. So I'm in Colorado, so you guys know how legal it is here, right? Like recreation, medical, the whole 9 yards. And someone purchased land in the hills I live in, and they put up a giant grow. Giant. Like the whole grow was surrounded by shade cloth. Like they put some buku money into it. So that, of course, so the county pays the military to do flyovers to look for these things.
Yeah.
And then the county, of course, would go make sure everybody's I's are dotted and T's are crossed. So I'm coming up the hill one day, and at the top of the hill where I turn is a great big like drag along signal. It's like a tower almost. So when they did the bust of the people, I didn't even know this was happening. Like I live on a part of the hills up here where I don't see a lot going on. So I'm coming home. My daughter's like, "Hey, can you stop by real quick?" And I'm like, "Sure, okay." So I stop by her house and she's like, 15 cops, 4 environmental. Like, we're talking intercounty agencies connecting together to do this giant bus, which connected them to the town, which connected them over there. It was enormous. But they brought their own signal producer. Because you can't get, like, I don't know if you've been up in the hills and mountains, but you go in that valley, you losing that signal.
Yep.
And they brought their own, and it was the same year of those fires over there. So I was just scratching my head to see all these weird things happening, which brought down what? Remember the California fires? They annihilated a whole town.
I know they did.
Mommy.
Like thou protest too much is starting to apply and make us wonder of all other natural things that we're missing.
Right. Ah.
Yes, because they can't have what's growing that actually heals you. now, can they?
I mean, look at the propaganda against dandelion, guys. Let's just use that one. Was so fierce that they have chemical companies involved to annihilate the damn thing.
Right, and in some states you can't grow comfrey anymore because it heals the bone and the
Wait,
tissue around.
what?
Yeah, yep.
I'm
I was
not in
shocked
one
Okay.
of them
myself.
states, Danny, am I? I've never heard that before. I need to
Yeah,
know.
well, you got to look it up. And the other thing, God, it was just on the tip of my brain. Oh, what's the other thing? Yeah, it's very good for the cow's stomach too, and produces more safe milk, and it produces a lot of things that your body needs, and like alfalfa and stuff. Oh, that's what it is. B17. It's not allowed in the United States, but you can find it in the pit of the nut seed of the or the apricot tree. My aunt used to have an apricot tree in California, and
Wait,
we'd always.
correct me. I
It
don't know if
cures
you know any.
cancer. It's a cancer cure.
I
All
don't know
the
if you know
research
anything
says it's
about
a cancer cure.
Danny. I don't know
Yeah,
if you know
they
anything about making extract, but I've heard that kernel of the apricot seed, the inside is used to make like an almond type extract. Like, is
Yeah, I
that
used to
true?
eat it as a kid. I used to eat the seeds as a kid. I loved apricots. My aunt would make apricot juice, all kinds of stuff with it.
Mm.
Yeah, I can't remember what it's called, but they take it out of the apricot pit, and it's been legal in Europe for like 40 years, and
Yeah,
it's been proven to cure cancer, but they won't legalize it here in America.
yeah.
That's
I
the
mean,
same
how
with sour
stupid?
sop from
How
Mexico.
stupid is that? How stupid is that? That somebody can make a law and everybody be like, "Well, I
Okay.
never heard of that before."
Dude, sour sop is a fruit from Mexico.
Yeah, it's
Same
good.
properties you guys are talking about. Can't find it. Like, you could probably find it in maybe a Mexican market, but it's like, it's got to be like already processed, like in a soda or something.
Yeah,
And that's
the
got
cow.
incredible properties.
Yeah, and they bottle it. They don't use plastic.
You're right. You're absolutely, it comes in glass.
Yes.
Glass.
That's why I told like so okay, so we moved here, vacant land and stuff, and I'm just gonna be
Take that.
honest, not having any buildings. Like I said, I didn't want to inherit someone else's problem, but not having any buildings here really, it was a dumb move. I should have gotten
You
something for
should.
storage or something because I brought glass because that's the only thing. Like, I'm not quite positive about using copper, to any length and what it does to the human body. But we could drink from glass and we're not
Okay,
drinking
so
the glass.
let me tell you, copper is a conductor and a natural antimicrobial. This is why bartenders use it in their bars, and it naturally kills the germs, even if you wipe it off with just water. But lemon cleans copper. When your body produces copper, an overdose of it, you need lemon, so you can clear away and not patina. You understand? That's why we have patina in the copper, because the air and the oxidation or whatever you want to call it of that, which hits it and turns it into fucking bronze, and then you
That's
Okay,
get
what.
that's
all
really
kinds of
good to
alloys.
know.
Yeah,
That's really. It's kind of funny because like the old plumbing they used to use, I think it was like 8 inches of copper
yes, yes. Even
right
the
before it went
Italians
into
know. They tell
your
you,
tap there.
and
But nowadays they don't use copper anymore. It's just all plastic piping.
it's all plastic PVC crap that corrodes, and everybody pays for it over an amount of time.
So my grandma was a big Avon fan, and she loved to give me Avon. And
Oh
every
my
time she
God.
gave me Avon, I would patina. So you're absolutely correct.
Hey, my
Mhm.
grandma and her sister were all about Avon.
Okay,
You
so
know what
these are the things.
I mean? You know what I mean?
But I was always allergic to all her products.
I was the same. It broke her heart, and she was like, didn't realize she was breaking me out.
But I'll
Or
tell
I
you, they did make one product that my grandma got that my senses could actually tolerate, and it was a bottle of roses, perfume or something like that. She always had it, and I liked to spray it on me when I was younger because I'd like to take her scent home and put it on my blanket.
That's the only reason I was interested, because it's, that's what it smelled like, was her. And I don't think she realized that until I still have some of her, old perfume bottles.
My grandma always told me, sometimes as a little kid, you want your grandma's attention and she's in the bathroom and she's like, fuck it, come on in, talk to me in here while she's getting dressed and shit like that. And I'm like, she'd ask me to curl her hair or something, and I'd ask her, Grandma, why are you putting on makeup to go to bed when you just took a bath? And she always told me, she's like, honey, you never know who you're going to meet in your dreams.
Aww.
It was so interesting. She's a fascinating lady. She always held fucking brass knuckles in her fucking drawer. My grandma was a hard hitter. And I don't care what anybody says. When grandma spoke, she spoke. And if she called your husband the N-word, even though he was Hispanic, that's what it was. She rocked me to sleep singing I'm a Alabama coon. And I'm like, I don't even know what that means in society. And when I find out, I'm like, ow. That's my lullaby. Thanks, Grandma.
I'll probably scratch that later.
Yeah.
It just makes me
I want to build upon the information that Danny just gave, the copper and the lemon. Did you know that
Yes.
if you smoke too much marijuana, if you smoke the CBD after it, that would reduce your high? Did you know that?
Yeah. Also with tobacco, organic, natural tobacco. If you just do it in a spliff, it's not wasteful. You get more out of it, but the ride is really smooth and it's nice.
Yes, it kind of levels it out, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna die hard. I like to smoke weed.
Right. What is that? It's my workout pants. Am I supposed to get
the chickens didn't show.
Look at that.
They got frostbite, the berries. Oopsies. That's alright though. The green needs to come back before the berries can even think about hanging out.
Aww.
I'm hiding back up in there. What you got to say today? Not a damn thing. I just got ghosted by my hen. That's alright, bitch. I'll see you at dinner time. Oh, gonna get a fire going. See, Bear Bear knows how to do this. Bear Bear's smart. So, what's on your face? Was you in something you weren't supposed to be?
Aww.
He's all sunbathing.
Not me, Mom. I don't know what you're talking about, Mom. I didn't get anything.
All over him! What were you?
You're seeing things, Mom. It wasn't me.
Yeah, right. In your imagination, mother. Step off. That should be a little bit more.
I like your setup over there, by the way.
Thank you, dear. I appreciate that.
One day when I'm grown up, mine will look like that.
I think it only looks like this because I refuse to grow up.
When you get your big girl panties, you'll be all grown up and you'll be like just like that.
Yeah, I've been looking for them for years. I can't find my granny panties.
Right.
Where are my granny panties?
Yeah. You always have to have a pair.
Yep, that emergency pair.
Right. Heavy duty leakers.
I got grandpa patties, so there.
That's okay. We'll stay poised about it.
Everybody stop talking at once. What happened?
We had a silent moment.
My daughter wants to put on her mermaid costume. So that's why I paused.
Let's see it.
I want to. I'm being stalked by roosters.
I hear the birdies singing.
I think we all got drained from yesterday.
That was a
I
good
just.
day. What's that, Linda?
I
I was just.
refute that, Larry, because it wasn't a I refute that. It was more like a washing clean with mother's boards.
Oh! I heard you
I know.
talking about this earlier, Danny. Check this out. I blew my kids' minds. I can't. I gotta outshare and show and tell. Get my show and tell on. So I have a wash machine. I have a dryer, but I was also inclined. It still look better out here, y'all. Oh, not if I fuck them up first. Shit. Got washboards. This one's the National Washboard from Memphis, Chicago. It's a 824 made in USA patent, and it has delicate on one side, and then you have the other like denim and
Wow.
stuff. So then I was telling a good friend of mine all about it and how much that thing meant to me, and if my house burned down, I was gonna be running in to grab that. She get the dust bunnies off of it. She went and got me one of these. Bless her heart. I love that girl.
That's awesome.
This
That's
was
cool.
yeah, isn't that badass? So
I'm
that
kind
says
of
right
a
here.
I'm kind of an eclectic kind of person when it comes to wood and metals together. I think it's got a beautiful, thing going on there. And when people can artfully put it out there, it's just like, damn.
Can you
How
see
come
the
I
art?
didn't think of that?
I don't know who thought of this, but this is freaking brilliant. Obviously it's updated, but
Right.
that's that's badass. And it
It's like
says
Well,
just the
people
that's
right
miss that
size to
old
fit
shit.
a
They
bucket,
miss it.
right? It
But they
says
don't
just the right.
understand the value behind all of that thought process to make something so simple where, just in case something happened, you got your washboard, damn it. And if you have to make music over a campfire later, it's there.
yeah,
Right. I
yeah.
like how it says just the right size to fit a bucket, pail, or lavatory. Packs easily into a suitcase or traveling bag. I love it.
Wow.
This side
The
is for
traveling wash
items for
machine.
silk, hosiery, and lingerie. And this side is for like denim. This is for your other, so you have a less aggressive side. I just, I don't know. I love sharing. Isn't that badass? So I have
That
washed
is
my
cool.
clothes in the bathtub. I've also washed my clothes in a kiddie pool. You do what you gotta do.
Yep. I made it fun for my kids one summer, and I made a bubble bath in the swimming pool. And I threw some of the smaller clothes when they're kids. So I threw some of their clothes like, all right, this is like stomping on grapes. Come on, guys. We dance around the pool and wash the clothes. And my rinse bucket was right there. My kids had fun. I had fun, and I got a job done.
Yeah, it sucked because it was the middle of the winter and they were all sick and all the bedding was needed to be washed. And I didn't have a choice in the matter. I had three sick boys, and so
Mm.
wasn't quite working in the bathtub. So, but yeah, my knuckles have been sore. I've had laundry hands, I call them, blisters from wringing. You learn to
Mhm.
get a chair or things that you can wrap to, if you don't have a second person, and a towel. You can grab your towel and wrap it, especially with jeans. I don't know if
Yeah.
anybody knows these tricks. Obviously, y'all ladies do. You're brilliant. But yeah,
Yeah.
I love my
Well,
washing
when it comes
machine.
to the dry weather, my knuckles will crack and bleed, and I'll find some kind of damn lotion or oil to put on those hands.
We
Mm-hmm.
found another heart rock.
Aww,
I find
Nice.
it everywhere.
that's awesome.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
a little heart rock.
That is so cool.
Yeah, I didn't lose it in the wash. It got all cleaned up for me. It's kind of cool because it's the way that, I don't know if you guys can see that. The way that it's cut is like a carrot. It has those sides to it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my big old fat stony fingers. Whoa, there we go. But yeah, the dimensions on this really caught my eye. I was like, that's interesting. How, again, I suck at the camera, y'all. I can't find. No wonder I'm single. I can't find the camera. Oh, I wish that fire would start up. I want to burn the rest of that shit off that pan.
Well, you're fired.
I'm fired. I was fired a long time ago. I got no problems with it. All right. I say
You know,
fire.
I fired myself a long time ago. You know,
I think that's
from
what happened. Yeah, I fired all the employees and it's like screw
I was
it.
like, I'm done with this shit. There's gotta be more to this than this shit. You know, and then I fired myself from being a wife. That's just not for me. I'm
I'm making
fired.
all kinds of noises. Nah, make joke lights of it, but I don't know. I think I've learned more from being like single. You learn more about yourself and others.
I was gonna say that earlier. Like the comfort in society is taking one thing away, more than one thing, but this just hit me, and that is necessity is the mother to invention.
Yeah.
And when you need to do these things, you figure it out, and you're actually teaching, you being autodidactic, and you're expanding your brain power, right?
Ain't, yeah.
Another
I'll show you something. I don't know if you'll be able to see it.
right.
Oh, you see, I'm a glittery kind of person too. One moment, and I'll show you my collection.
Ooh, I like mommy's rock.
Yes, and I have so many different types.
I was just getting ready to pop
Wow.
rocks. Yes.
Wow. Ooh, look at that one.
Check this one out.
Is that onyx?
No, it's smoky quartz.
Ooh,
Ooh,
we were both wrong. Damn it.
Yeah.
that's a dark one too. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, my butterfly.
Very nice.
I have my Apache tears,
Mm.
and you know, these are stones that I collected with my children and some of my loved ones.
That's all.
That
Yeah.
is awesome.
Well, in Oregon, they have a crystal and gem show, and I took my boys to one, and we were hearing how these machines work to polish the stones and different frequencies that the stones put off, and in those frequencies are a viewpoint of spirituality and healing through Native American teachings. And you know, there's so many different Native teachings that we pick up along the way, and it's not Indian giving to share it. It just is what it is. And you could take from it what you want, but don't ever forget that there is always, in the taking, there's always a receiving of, the mother. So the greenhouse. This is,
I love it.
yeah.
We picked this out of the river in Gunnison, Colorado.
This is serpentine.
Wow.
It's really pretty. I work with some of these stones in my massage therapy, and I've enjoyed it a lot because they serve a purpose of, when you place them in a certain area under the massage table, then instead of taking the negative things of that person's being and their rooted deepest chakra, which causes them traumatic pain in their bodies, it makes a force field where it establishes, like the dirt, a grounding. And then I light the sage, and then I pursue in my massage with music therapy and aromatherapy. And this is how I work with the people that come to me. And believe me, they've come to me in the strangest ways. Like one time, I got a coworker who gave me 2 gallons of milk for a full body massage, and that was a fun experience. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoy meeting people and helping where I can, where I know that everybody benefits. Yeah. And that's how you stay.
Me and my husband picked this stone up for our granddaughter, who was the first one of the family born in Colorado.
Aww.
And it has, I'm not sure if that's silica or what's in that, but we're going to make her a necklace of this.
Nice. Are you a rock hound?
What?
I said, are you a rock hound? Do you like rocks?
Oh, yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah, geology.
It's fascinating.
So interesting. I was just talking about building a greenhouse, and I jumped online, and you're talking about a greenhouse. Whether it's the same kind of greenhouse, I don't know, but nevertheless, I thought it was interesting because I'm literally going to be building a greenhouse this year.
Yeah, well, it flows in. I can feel everybody I'm talking to. I feel you at a certain level. So we can go there on those levels. And that's how we connect. Yes.
So I just did a great service to humanity. That little thing that you guys saw that I showed you before I got off, I picked that up and I threw that in the garbage.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, great service to humanity. One that the city is not willing to do.
Right.
So
well, they
unfortunately
actually should be put in a blood box. They should be put in where it's a contamination in a certain box so it can be picked up by the city who lets this shit happen.
I agree. Yep. There should be one on every second or third corner.
Right.
They help create the problem. Why not help create the solution?
Yeah, there you go. Right. Isn't that the way
they
it
don't
works?
want the solution. The solution doesn't make any money.
Because it would scare the fuck out of them that they were actually part of the problem.
Well, we should give that fire some.
Now, do you like the
Ooh, I like
That is filled with stuff.
Yeah. My uncle likes to clean them up with metal bristles, and he's got a beautiful collection himself.
I believe these are, you could see them on like Discovery, and they're them fat looking grass type things.
Mm-hmm.
And this was near my house.
That's awesome.
And this other one I was showing earlier, this is an antler embedded in rock.
What is it?
An antler. This right here.
Oh, that's so cool.
You can see the end where it's hard to show with all this light. The end there has the roundness of the antler. And then you can follow it down over here. This is the other one end. This is the other end over here. You can see the edge where it had broken off here and there.
Who's echoing?
Me. I'm sorry. I'm clanking my rocks.
That was my show because those rocks are super heavy, so someone else can go next.
The rocks that I tend to find are much larger.
Yeah, my where's that one? I like my one that has the ridges. You mean like giant, like you
Can you
need?
hand me that one?
Have you guys ever have you ever looked up Mud Fossil University on YouTube?
Yes, I like to watch him.
Yes, I watch.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, I've been collecting rocks for quite a while, and I have noticed that a lot of the rocks that I have are shaped like hearts or brains, or they're shaped like the organs, and I don't think rocks are what we necessarily think they are.
Yeah, basically people are wearing polished body parts on.
Let me hold this rock right. Tell me what you see in that rock.
Like
Do you see
kind
that?
of silver. Yeah, some kind
I
of.
see veins, definitely.
Yeah.
And this is so heavy. I'm a strong person. And it takes two hands to hold this rock up. It's so heavy. And that's
Is there
what
any
Mud
metallic
Fossil
flake
said.
in that rock?
Yeah, there is.
And if so, what color is that metallic flake?
You could use vinegar.
I really didn't want to like brush the dust off of it. I mean, you could see kind of a shininess.
You could soak it in apple cider vinegar. It'll take the acid off of it.
Oh, that won't hurt it?
It should be natural.
And just
or
because
lemon
you're
water.
the opposite
Do it
side.
lemon water.
Up here is.
If I can get to it, I've got one to show you.
Okay, now I'm done for sure because this one.
Nope, it's covered.
I really think Mud Fossil University is
I have one rock that I'll have to grab for you guys one of these days. It literally has the same shape and structure of a brain. It's quartz.
That's cool.
Yeah, and it's got like all of the variations where the it's really interesting. Anyways, I'll catch you guys later. I got to get back to work.
Peace and love, Nubs.
Yeah, enjoy the
Go
day.
make me some money.
So these three rocks have been located in Colorado.
Yeah.
And I can go like the road I live on is kind of a loop. Go ahead, show us again your full screen.
Is
I
that
live on
an
kind of a loop, and part of it we call Fossil Lane because you could just walk along the road and pick up fossil after fossil.
Oh yeah, that's how it is in Oregon. There's so much out there.
What is that, Linda?
Raw turquoise.
Oh yeah,
Ooh.
I have turquoise. Yeah.
Yeah. I think this is I forgot what this one is.
Ooh.
It's an agate. Yeah.
And I have my big slicers.
Wow.
That looks like carnelia.
Yeah, we got this out of I can't remember the name of the town, but it's New Mexico. A lot of my rocks came from New Mexico.
So
Pretty sad.
Danny, that's nice.
I never known it had all that pretty in there, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, really many crystals in there.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Now this one looks like a damn bone to me. Here, let me find my camera. Here we go. I've never polished
That
it.
looks like a finger bone that Mud Fossil talked about.
Right?
Light, heavy or light?
Linda, I hate to ask, but can you come back in because it's echoing?
Yep, I sure will.
Thank you. So, Danny, are there any type of stories that you've heard in regards to what we're learning through Mud Fossil University?
Oh, lots of them. All different kinds. I've heard like where he talks about that Devil's Island is actually the tendons from a giant's foot, like the
Yes.
yeah, and things like that. I've heard this. I've had people tell me you're fucking crazy for believing that, and it's like I'm not believing it. It's just I'm looking at the evidence of it. Why is it so bothersome to people?
Yes, and I subscribed to Mud Fossil University before I moved here. And then when I found that one rock that looked like it has a vein going through it, it was almost like an aha moment. Not that I started 100% believing the whole story, but aha moment meaning he is onto something. He's another dot that's been connected, right?
Hmm.
Hey, Linda, let's try that out.
Whammy, whammy.
Yes.
Whammy, whammy.
I don't know why the echo likes you, but oh crap, are you serious? Let me make sure it's not me.
Yeah, no, it already came back. For some reason, you get bad echo.
It's
Dang,
probably.
I wonder why they pick on you with that.
I think it's the frequencies coming off the rock she's showing.
Oh, yeah, that would explain it.
We live in a metallic world. They spray it in our air every day.
Is it
See
still
if that
doing
helps. No, I was hoping if I turned the mic down, it would help.
That's all right. That's the universe telling me I should get off here. Maybe I don't know.
No.
I don't want to give two rats asses. I ain't got no fucks to give.
You had that problem.
Sorry, Larry. What was that?
I said you had the same problem yesterday with echoing.
Yeah, but I don't give up very easily, so.
Oh, we know that.
We all know that, right?
Yep.
Let's see what else we got in here. Ooh, we got this bad boy.
Wow.
Smellage in it. It's a hot pocket.
I like that one.
Good old piece. This one
What's
came from
weird is
Black.
she doesn't echo, but we do.
Isn't that fucking
That's
weird?
weird, right, Larry?
Yeah.
That's interference. Calling it.
I
Here's
see
what
your
was
fire is
awful.
smoking more.
Yeah, I got it going. I flipped the skillet over. Burning good. Burning real good. Fire in the fire.
Those are awesome rocks.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, we're gonna
Wow.
get into pretty ones now. I don't know about licking on the stream, but I like to lick my rocks. Oh my god, yeah, we must say that. Yeah, y'all gonna have fun with that one, ain't you? Yeah, I like to lick my rocks.
Don't worry, it will be used against you in another time and place.
Now, yeah, this came from a mining company.
That's cool.
They got cut out.
You can't.
Wow.
Jade for you. This guy, I was gonna ask Danny or Nubs if they knew what this guy was, because he looks blue in person. And he
Yeah, you can
looks
kind of see it.
transparent. Can you see it?
Yeah, you can see the blue.
You can see that blue? Yeah, and then it has like that frosty glass look. Yeah, I don't know what this is, but I like it.
That's all that matters.
I wish I had kept some kind of documentation on where I got them from, but it's just nice to have them. And this one's got a lot of interesting red in it. I don't know if you can see that red in there.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if that was copper or what that was. I don't know. Can you see it on this side too?
Not as good.
I just know they make me feel good. I feel grounded when I mess with the rocks. And then we have a river rock. I was just dying to show that I ran over there and grabbed real quick for everybody.
Oh,
This
that's
bad boy.
cool.
That is cool.
Probably my pride and joy. I have another one that has a bunch of holes in it. It looks like a piece of lung.
Ooh, I'm gonna go grab one more.
Yeah, this one my niece and nephew brought to me, and they were out at the river, so that was really nice of them. But for the life of me, I can't. Oopsie. Find that other rock. I don't know what happened to it. The chickens took it. But yeah, we have lots of tons and tons of rock. I'm all about the rocks. Tons and tons of rocks. You got fancy rocks. You got shiny rocks. You got lightning in sand. It's just fun, and the grandkids love it. The grandkids love it. So,
Look at this, Linda.
Oh, very nice. Very, very nice.
And then I turn it around.
There's your holes.
But here's what's weird. Look at this pattern. You got these lines all over it.
That looks like a.
What do you think of that?
I find that flipping interesting. That's right. It's
Big
fucking
holes
nice.
on this side.
I'm not liking it. I've got too many clothes on to be standing there in the fucking heat.
Do you think
It's gonna be
bugs
a warm one today. I can feel it already.
worms or something?
I'm looking for a rock.
That's what I thought at first, but some of these lines,
Let me get under here so I can see it better.
they're not all
Oh yeah.
uniform.
I think I showed you that rock before, didn't I, Mary? That rock that had
I
all
want to
those
say
holes.
so, yes.
But that's why I'm sitting here going, well, where the hell did it go? Linda's gone and lost her rocks, y'all. Oh.
It's better than losing your marbles, isn't it?
True.
No, I collect marbles. I collect them. And everybody loses their marbles, I collect them.
You gonna give them back to me or what?
I suppose I've had them long enough. I'm a little concerned. My roommate hasn't made it home. He worked last night. He should have been home already, but he didn't make it.
You had to work
I hope he's good. I hope all's good with him.
Yeah.
He's working security for an apartment complex.
Oh, maybe the next guard didn't show up.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Possibly he had to pull a double, maybe. I know I had some of these rocks propped out here.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and leave this in like under 5 hours and 30 minutes. I got some stuff I need to take care of.
Absolutely.
So we got 8
Larry,
minutes.
it's been another great stream.
Always. I had to go pick up some more rocks.
It's about the restream.
Who is Moose?
Moose is restreaming? Right on.
I thought that's what you said was somebody restreamed.
Yesterday, yeah. Moose did yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday for sure. I'm gonna mute
Now I
this
got to get these muscles together to get all these rocks off my bed.
I'll just lay on top of them. They're pretty good.
Mine were already on the table. 10 feet later.
Hang out together.
I do. I enjoy y'all very, very much so. Even if I am in my imagination.
Sometimes it's more fun to share the imagination.
Aren't we all?
As long as we're keeping it real, that's all that counts.
Word. Okay, so I'm going to dip out first then.
Yeah,
Larry.
I was going to do it. Okay. All right, Mary. Have a beautiful day, Mary.
Thank you. You too. Thank you again, Larry, for the pleasure of another great conversation.
Thank you guys. You guys are always awesome.
Yeah, let's all bounce at the same time because I do appreciate y'all, and I know you got shit to do. So y'all have a beautiful day. Everybody in chat, thank you. Don't forget to hit thumbs up and share.
Walk in peace and love, and you'll walk lighter.
All right.
Don't forget to love yourself. All right, bye, y'all.
All right, bye.
Bye.